jobs in a short space, which requires a whole new approach of upskilling and reskilling the employed and unemployed masses of our people. And this session should not only inform, but educate. 5G technology dictates a whole new way, and if we let our guard down, we will be a generation that has failed the future of our youth. There are countries where they already talk smart mining with less human interaction and interface, and this calls for extraordinary measures when it comes to upskilling and reskilling to keep abreast with the ever-changing technological imperatives, but also build sound infrastructure even in the most remote rural areas of our provinces to enable access to 4R technologies to all South Africans. Let me once more warmly welcome all stakeholders, particularly the recipients or actual beneficiaries, including career development practitioners, and our partner in this regard, DHEAD, which will facilitate the career development services to capacitate career development practitioners such that they can equip learners adequately in their decisions to venture into appropriate career paths. I wish you a successful and fruitful virtual capacity building workshop and career development services, constructive engagements and deliberations that will truly impact, shape and add value in the economic reconstruction and recovery planning initiatives for the better good of this beautiful country of ours. I therefore call upon my great leader, Mr. Loyiso Tiga, who is a member of MICT SETA board and serves in other institutions in various capacity, which I will not necessarily disclose, to ascend the stage and give a keynote address. Many thanks once more.
Development as an enabler to economic recovery. People actually understand what it means. So I think a common understanding would help us so that when we discuss the issues of skilling and other things, we're all talking about the same thing. Today you've got quite a lot of, as I said, a lot of jargon. People talk about 4IR, people talk about a lot of misinformation, wrong information, and information that is out there. So for me, simply put, a digital economy, or what the term digital economy means, the patterns of production and consumption that make use of technology or these new technologies. This extends to the way we market these goods, the way we distribute them, the way we trade them, and the way we pay for these goods. That combined, in the nutshell, captures for me what the digital economy means, is that we are increasingly being dependent on different technologies to do the basic things that we would have done, that being production and consumption. This term actually evolved quite some time ago. Those who were in IT early in their lives, you would know that even in the 1990s, late 1990s, the digital economy, but at the time we were basically talking about the effects of internet in the economy. Over time, there's been a gradual introduction of different technologies and their application, which then forms part of this phenomenon that we call the digital economy. This will include now things like artificial intelligence, IoT or Internet of Things, virtual realities, cloud computing, blockchain, you name them all. That's put together. Those are now being infused in the way we do production and in the way that we consume. Now, irrespective of which side of business that you, even your day-to-day, so it's not our lives, the day-to-day living of our lives, we make use of these technologies, or these technologies are increasingly becoming part of what we do on day-to-day basis. So in short, when we talk about skills as an enabler, the 4R Commission made a point of saying, how do we make a leap by using these technologies? Because it's no longer for me an enabler. We are not going to enable it. It's there. And in this global economy that we live in, it's either you take part, it's either you exploit it, or you'll be left behind. For me, it's really that simple. As I said, it started in the 1990s. It's just been a gradual continuation to where we are. Now, before we even talk about skills development, it is important to understand what enables this digital economy, what enables these technologies that we then exploit. At the center of it, it goes as far as going to the processors and the semiconductors that enable digitization in the first place. I wouldn't go down to zeros and ones. Then those technologies which move from your conductors to your infrastructure that enables e-communication, that's talking to telecoms, and the internet and all these infrastructures that will then enable it. Then it is followed by service providers who use these products or this infrastructure to deliver services like mobile payments, e-commerce, machine learning solutions, e-learning, and all these nice things that we usually talk about. And from there, it goes and covers even what one would have thought would be traditional forms of or the traditional economy, how we do farming, how we do agriculture, and how we would typically do basic mining. One of the jobs I used to do, I used to work for Anglo as the IT manager there. The first time when we worked there, we had no networks underground, and miners would have to go underground, do what they need to do, come out and go to a portal or a computer and put that data. That data will then be somehow emailed to somebody, and that person then puts a spreadsheet together or puts it in a system that at the end of the day will be given to managers to look at how we are doing in terms of production and safety and things like that. Just before I left, we were running a digitization program, and what it meant is we had underground networks, where instead of now a miner having to go underground, mine and go up, while he's underground, he puts his data in. While I'm sitting on surface, I'm able to see that data. And in real time, we are able to see what is happening underground. Not only that, these miners now have sensors. As they move around, you are sitting on surface, you know exactly where they are underground, what is the condition of their health, are they moving, and things like that. So these are the applications when it comes to even traditional things that you would do normally. If you talk on farming and agriculture, now through even mobile apps, farmers are able to see what is the best time to plant their crops, how to take these to market, and things like that. So in reality, that's what these applications do. But at the core of it, they are enabled by different technologies, from the very core of being a processor to programmers who write the code and the networks that put them together so that we can communicate. Then all of these things that I've mentioned, including these applications, create a massive amount of data which we didn't have before. If you look at it, all these things are connected, all of them, things are happening, data is being created. This data goes and sits somewhere. And if you now look at the biggest driver of everything is this artificial intelligence, it uses that data to make now decisions that even us would not be able to make, wouldn't have been able to make. Because there's a lot of rich data that is being produced. That data is stored, and once that data is stored, that data is then used and mined to create new things and to make decisions in a more effective and more cost-effective and even efficient manner, which is also at the core of this digital economy, is that we are able to now not only do things in an efficient manner, in a cost-effective manner, we are able to even create new businesses and open the boundaries. And why am I mentioning that? That would then link to the issue of the skills development. Let's pack digital economy. I think I've explained it to as simple as I can in terms of what it means, at least to me, so that as we move, we are moving on the same direction. In the past, I think 3 weeks or so, the data came out, unemployment data. It's not looking good. We're talking about 7 out of 10 youths are not unemployed. They are not in schooling or university, they're just sitting. I don't have to explain what problems would come with such majority of young people in a society who are sitting and not being employed. Some of these things, we see them when we go back to our locations in terms of the type of nyaupe that is, the things that are smoked there, the amount of crime, which then results with these young people having nothing to do. I wouldn't even mention others which happen to our young girls as a result of having nothing to do and with nothing to take care of themselves with. So that is a big problem. But this problem is, as others would put it, it was coming even before COVID. If you look at the South African economy from 2010, the rate of economic growth was already going down, from 2010 already. All COVID did was just to put petrol in the fire, and everything became accelerated. Unemployment rate was growing already before even COVID in 2019. The economy was contracting. So all these things in South Africa, from where I'm seeing them, in terms of the problems that we have now, are not as a result of COVID. Yes, COVID has made them worse. Yes, COVID has put a spotlight on certain issues. The digital economy was here. Yes, COVID has now put a spotlight, and the way you look at it, it gives us an opportunity to be able to pivot. It gives us an opportunity to be able to say, what can we do? To hit a restart button. So, on the issue of skills, I explained earlier that the all facets of economy are impacted by technology, and which enables this digital economy. Not us, it's already enabled, it's already there. Us is whether we choose to participate, how we participate, do we take advantage of it or not. Now, if we look at the employment, the unemployment rate as it is, and a number of reasons have been given on why we have such unemployment rate. Studies, I'm looking at one now, which talks about the skills mismatch and all of those things. For me, it's really simple. For you to absorb or grow the economy, to deal with unemployment, you need to create new jobs. The only way you can create new jobs is you need to grow the economy. Otherwise, Loiso will be taking a job from Matumi, and that does not change the status quo. Now, how do we grow this economy in order to create jobs? Again, a lot of studies have been done, but all of them come to one conclusion in the end. In order to grow the economy in South Africa, you need to make sure you grow the SMMEs. Now, how are you going to have SMMEs or grow the SMMEs or develop SMMEs that would be able to absorb the young people and continue to grow the country's economy, to be innovative and even compete globally? It goes down to skills. And as MICT SETA, we sit in a unique position that we are the SETA for ICTs, media, and things, which is the driver for, or the enabler. So it is the technology that enables the digital economy. And we are responsible as a SETA to ensure the skilling in that sector. So from where I'm sitting, our job as the MICT SETA is probably the biggest. If you look at all the SETAs, and I would even take it as far as say in the entire higher education sector. And the reason I say that, it's because if you look at the percentage of people or young people who go in and out of the PSET system, it's very small compared to the amount of youth that we have. If I'm looking at the graphs, we're talking about 25% to 30% of young people between the ages of 15 and 24 who actually go and pass. It's less than 25%. What happens to the rest of the young people, the more than 60% of the young people who do not make it through the PSET system? The minister talks a lot about having these catchment programs that will make sure that not only do you skill those people, those youths, but you enable them to be able to grow at some point in terms of microcredits and end up with certificates that they can actually use. So I would go as far as to say the programs that we come up with, especially the digital programs, would have a much bigger role to play, not just in the education, in the SETA sector, in the entire education sector, CO as a whole. Ours is a bigger role. Now, how does skills development assist with economic recovery? Maybe before I even go there, I was explaining the issue that my belief is that we need to focus on building SMMEs. And to that effect, the MICT SETA board has made it its #1 priority. The development and support of SMMEs is the #1 priority of the MICT SETA. But in order for these SMMEs to be able to grow and to grow in numbers, they need to have skills to develop the products and services that I was talking about. And these products and services increasingly depend on these technologies. So you need quite a lot of youth, irrespective of where they are, in which industry they play in. We have seen with the likes of Ubers, if you're talking about transportation, e-hailing services come in. So if you're talking about accommodation, Airbnb comes in. So it's a normal accommodation or property sector, but the use of technology there has taken over. So our role as this SETA CEO, irrespective of which sector, we need to ensure that our youths are trained in digital technologies. I'll just use the word digital technologies to make it easy, so that they can create products and services, or be employed by those who create products and services. And with what is currently happening again with COVID, it gives us that opportunity to be innovative and come up with more technologies. But not only do we train them to produce these products, we also need to train them on how to be entrepreneurs, because training people to be employees is not going to be enough. There is just not enough opportunities for employment in the system. We need to train them to create jobs. And that, for me, is the only way we are going to turn around the economy, is to train people to produce products or to be in a position to innovate, but on top of that, capture and train those who should be in a position to create products and employ people. So in the nutshell, in closing, CEO, that is the job that unfortunately you have. Tina, we get to sit and just clap you, is to really look at this thing, not just as an MICT SETA challenge. This is a country challenge which falls upon your hands and your team, to ensure that you can almost have to rescue this economy. And without training our youth and even retraining those who are already in the workplace with digital skills, we're really not going anywhere. So for me, we're not enabling the digital economy. It is there, which is ours, is to train people to make use of it, not only for their own employment, but for them to create employment. And I think I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, Acting CEO, Mr. Chiha, for allowing me this space. And let me also thank the Department of Higher Education and Training for delegating me to come and facilitate this. Fellow panelists, I think our job has been cut out. Mr. Chiha has spoken eloquently about the challenges that we face, what he believes and has gone through to say, what is the digital economy all about? How do we leverage on this fourth industrial revolution? No matter how disruptive it can be seen to be, however, it is constructively disruptive. So our role today as panel members is to basically explore, how the skills development can be an enabler in recovering and a driver to the digital economy. Particularly, we are called upon to talk about the role 4IR will be playing in creating new opportunities for entrepreneurship, how to build SMMEs, the ones that Mr. Jiha spoke about, with a view to develop new initiatives for job creation. He also alluded to skills required for the 4IR, that we need to create new jobs. Now, what are these skills that are required to create these new jobs? Do we still need, those manual kind of skills? Do we need people skills, soft skills, technical skills, entrepreneurial skills? How ready are our, youth and learners or students when they leave institutions of higher learning and higher learning? So we need to deliberate on those. We are also supposed to look at how collaborative efforts between various players in the broader ecosystem can be aligned to ensure that, we have an impact on the economy and so on. And when I speak about these players, we are speaking basically about the industry, the government, labor, educational institutions, and in particular, will refer to, the post-schooling education and training sector, which includes the 21 SETAs, which includes your CET colleges, which includes your TVET colleges, which includes universities. Mr. Chiha alluded on one critical fact, that is, we have a high rate of those who are not in education, not in employment, and not in training. And if I heard him correctly, alluded to about 70%, 7 out of 10. Now, the first quarter unemployment rates spoke about 32% overall. But when you come to the youth, it spoke about 46.3%, and that's huge. You go to other countries, they are as low as 4%, 8%, and so on. So we have a huge task to face, and we really had to deliberate over this. The Department of Higher Education and Training is mandated to increase access to and ensure delivery of industry and occupationally directed programs. Now, are our students trained relevantly? The programs that we provide in the TVET space, in the university space, in the CET colleges, do they respond to the economic needs or to the industry needs that we are having? We also are impacted by COVID. While COVID is destructive or devastating, it has brought in a lot of opportunities. We have seen how many new companies have risen as a result of COVID. I was pleased to see a new athletic kind of clothing wear kicks being launched last week, where youngsters launch new companies, bringing new innovation in and showing that COVID is not the determining factor of us growing the economy. Having said this, fellow panelists, we need to respond to this in our discussions. The big question is, from each of our different sectors, what are we doing? I'll tell you what the Department of Higher Education is doing. Yes, we are now and again being lamented as having programs that are outdated, programs that are not fit for purpose. Having realized this, we are continually revising the syllabus, the curriculum, the program offerings that we are having. And we invite industry to come and work with us. We develop new curricula, but we are also allowing, for instance, universities and TVET colleges to create new programs for themselves. Having said that, one big issue that is always tormenting us is the quality of our educators or lecturers that we are having. And the department is doing a lot now in collaboration with SETAs to retrain our educators, to make sure that they are fit for purpose, they are able to address these things relevantly, so using 4IR in particular. Just for instance, we have partnered with Huawei, we have partnered with Cisco to train on digital literacy and so on. We have partnered with the GIZ, we are training on project-based capacity building programs where our lecturers learn the real thing, take up real programs, learn about them, implement them, hand over to the clients and so on. In that way, we believe that those interventions will impact a lot in the classroom and will then have an impact on our learners. Let me then call upon our panelists to come in and share with us what their views are. And I'm going to allow that we move, freely. Mr. Chiha has already spoken. I acknowledge that we've got about 3 panelists who are attending virtually, and we'll give them space. Let me indicate that it will be better if each one of us takes between 3 to 4 minutes because of time limits, so that we are able to address, what we have prepared. Let me start with the Director for Flow Technologies, Mr. Thuso Mutlo.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Selo, and CEO, and Loiso as well for inviting us in this panel. As has been said earlier, my name is Thuso Mtlo from Mtlo Technologies. We are a company that specializes in managed services and also ICT consulting services. We are also quite passionate, excuse me, about skills development and skills training. We've been running a number of programs for a number of years where we've been trying to get young people, to able to get them to the next level, especially after they graduate, And one of the, I guess the biggest headaches we've had is the motivation, really, of young people. You have young people that are hungry to learn, but partly based on their background, some of them are actually not motivated. That's one. And we also, encounter, where there are a lot of buzzwords from your 4IR, whether it's IoT or it's artificial intelligence, And from our side, because we're in business, also in training, we look at the basics, really. What is it that we need to give young people so that they can able, to progress, really, I mean, you talk about IoT, for example. I mean, we've been doing IoT since 2003. It was not called IoT. We called it asset management, So for us, it's just a buzzword, really. So that's where we're coming from, and it's a matter of creating that foundation so that when you progress, you're actually making sure that even if you slip, but you have that foundation, to take you forward, So for us, that is extremely, extremely critical, and that's what we push with. Again, our young people that we bring in for internship, and also that we train. And we're also trying to make them understand that, IT is a passion. It's not a by the way. If you don't have passion for IT, you're really not going to get very far, because IT can be quite complicated and very confusing as well. If I use Microsoft, for example, I mean, you have your server, you have your network, you have your security, you have your cloud, so you really have to love this sector for you to be able to grow. Then I think from probably the entrepreneurial side of it, I'm going to be sort of digressing a little bit. From the entrepreneurial side of it, look, we've been in business again since 2003, and it's not easy. As a black company, you are competing with your big companies. We've done some good work for your Transnet and some of the logistics company, but the market is really not easy. So if you say you want to create an entrepreneurial space or entrepreneurial environment, then you really have to talk with business and make sure that they are also on board. Because if they're not on board, it's going to be extremely difficult, and you get extremely frustrated. One of the most frustrating things that you actually get, so we do business intelligence, we do managed services, we do cloud, we do security. Then when you get to a client, the client will say, oh, we are all over the show, where do you actually specialize? But for us, it's a matter of an opportunity. We were doing X work. When that work finished, when there was no opportunity there, we had to find something that can enable us to survive. Luckily, because we have the knowledge and the expertise, then it's not a problem. So it's not as easy, really. Just going back again to talking about the young people and creating jobs and inskilling them. The environment where they come from is quite important. What we've been trying to do also on our training side is that we're also trying to motivate them to say where you come from. It doesn't necessarily mean you are less inferior than where another person is coming from. And also with our training, what we're trying to do, we also even take it outside your suburban areas. Because whether you are teaching somebody in Paris, you know, or Begersfort, especially on your OEM certification, even if somebody's doing it in Sandton or Midrand, you still get the same certification. You know, my personal experience was that after I've done with my Microsoft stuff, I was able to get work outside the country, purely because of that Microsoft certification, which was done in South Africa. You know, so with MICT SETA, you know, those are the type of alignment that we're trying to do with them, where we're saying, okay, let's look at your programs and your national certificates, and let's see how we can even enhance them to get these young people to get their OEM certification as well. Because when you go for a job, they want to know, are you a Microsoft, are you an Oracle, are you an AWS, are you a Cisco, and all of that, you know. So we need to enable them with that, you know. If we don't do that, it just becomes a little bit harder, you know. So that's one point on that one. And maybe just touching back on entrepreneurship as well, experience is key. If you don't have experience, it's extremely difficult to be entrepreneurial, because people out there, they look at experience. They look at how long you've been there, what you've been doing, how successful have you been as well. You know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mutkou. Mr. Mtshali, I've alluded to the fact that the TVET colleges and the department are trying to get some intervention. Can you indicate whether our TVET space is well resourced and well equipped to ensure that the students that we produce, the youngsters that we produce, are entrepreneurially, you know, guided, so that if they don't get employed, they are able to create their own employment? What else are the TVET colleges doing to ensure that those who graduate from them have the relevant skills, knowledge, and expertise? I was calling upon Mr. Mtshali. Or is it Ms. Mtshali? Okay. Okay. It seems Mr. Mtshali is not available. Let me then move over to Dr. Happy Sithole. Oh, is he coming online? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Mtshali?
Can you hear me, colleagues? Am I audible enough? Colleagues?
Yes, we can hear you.
Colleagues, thank you for the platform provided to come and present what we do as TVET colleges. It is quite true that we are operating in the global village, and in the global village, things are constantly changing. And we also need to change to survive in this, you know, changing environment. So as TVET colleges, the problem that we still have is at times we feel that the curriculum that is provided, that we deliver at TVET college, is not necessarily responsive to the needs of the country. We feel that for our curriculum to be responsive, it cannot be created or developed in isolation from the industry. We welcome, you know, some of the development that, you know, are coming forth with the QTCO and the Department of Higher Education to say, let's develop a curriculum that is responsive. And for us to develop that curriculum, it calls upon the industry to be involved in the development of the curriculum. The unit that I work for, it's called Work Integrated Learning. we often tasked with fostering relations with companies. And I think the biggest aim there is whatever that they cover in class, it should be aligned with what they find in the sector. So as a college, we believe that for our students to be employable, it is quite imperative that we introduce courses that are responsive. And what we have done is we, in partnership with some organization, Microsoft, and in working closely with SETA and other SETAs, we've been able to send some of our lecturers where they were sent to Wits University to be capacitated on the Internet of Things, on cloud computing, to give them a broad understanding of what 4IR is all about and what impact does 4IR have on our organizations today. And the aim there was when they come back, they will be able to infuse that into the curriculum. They will be able to teach the curriculum that is more responsive, because they have been exposed to courses that talks about IT. And again, we run quite a number of courses in course where a student, an NCV students, will also be doing a short a skill program concurrently with the course that they are doing at the college. Those courses, mostly they are on coding, they are on Internet of Things, they are on 4IR. The aim there is the exposure. We want to expose our learners as far as possible to the technologies that are used in the industry. And part of what we do, we are also running SMME and entrepreneurship, events under one of our portfolio, which is called entrepreneurship development. Because we believe in providing our learners with more options. We are saying entrepreneurship should be regarded as a pathway by our TVET colleges. Remember that our TVET colleges, what distinguishes us from other institutions is we develop, our mandate is to develop technically minded students. We are actually developing and preparing learners for a place of work. So then it becomes important that we expose our students as far as possible with all the technologies that are out there, so that regardless of which
Mr.
course
Mchali, you have 30 seconds
completed.
remaining. 30 seconds to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Mchali. I wanted to give you more time, but I realized that we won't stop. Let us then take
Thank you so much.
on Dr. Sithole from the CSIR. Can you tell us what innovations are there? We live in a space where people's integrities are at risk. People's intellectual property, companies' intellectual properties are at risk. What innovations are there that, when implemented through 4IR, can actually encourage our youth to go into industry knowing very well that their properties or intellectual properties and their patent properties will be protected? Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, colleagues. I guess everyone can hear me. Thank you for the opportunity, Program Director and organizers, MICT SETA, for inviting me to this workshop. I think the speakers in opening, they did allude to the challenges that we face in ensuring that we have got a trained workforce or a capable workforce. And as the keynote speaker has already indicated, ICT plays a very critical role in most of the challenges that we see. we today talk about the pandemic, COVID-19, and all of us can see how much ICT plays a critical role in finding solutions in enabling our lives. And we should take this very seriously to make sure that we are ready as South Africa. And I think this workshop in talking about developing capacity, it's very, very, very crucial. So I would like to touch on quickly on a number of initiatives from the CSIR and also some initiative from the National Integrated Cyber Infrastructure, which is the organization that I lead, which is more broader and looking at the national initiatives. So first of all, let me start with the CSIR. That in CSIR, we have always been looking at developing capacity at undergraduate level, looking at partnering with universities. So we have got bursary programs where we're looking at funding students at institutions, and they do their undergraduate. The novelty of this is that we give these students an opportunity also to get hands-on training in various entities within the CSIR. This grows into what we call the graduates in training. And with the graduates in training, the students can be able to move in various areas to implement their skills. And not just implementing the skills, but they're given problems where they can also innovate. So this is a very important initiative that we can outline further. The other thing, and I'm glad that the program director talked about the innovation. As CSIR, we sit between industry and educated institutions. So we strive to make sure that we develop technologies that can be going to industry. So for that reason, we also focus on postgraduate, where we can be able to have innovations. And for that, we have got studentships that focus at masters and PhD students, where we have got the students linked with some of our units, and they are working on real-life programs or projects that they have to innovate with their learning from universities and come up with products. So this is where the innovation come in. And that's another program that we focusing on. Another program which I think it is important for us to consider is where we're looking at industry partnered learning factories. This is a new initiative that is looking at developing skills, and I would also like us to go deeper into it. But it is also looking at how do we take some of the challenges that we see in industry, and how can we work together with industry to come up with ICT solutions. Another program is what we call the D-Side. D-Side, this one is for data science, where we train students from various institutions. But what the students do is that at some point then at the level when they are ready, they understand the data science, we get problems from various industries. It could be whatever that challenge that we are having about the data. And these students come up with novel solutions in solving these problems. And this side, we have seen a lot of students being absorbed by various industries. And there is this initiative is supported also by the Department of Science and Innovation. I would like to now delve into what we do for the National Integrated Cyber Infrastructure. I might have not articulated what the National Integrated Cyber Infrastructure is, but what it basically do is to look at providing high-end computing resources, which are in the past you call them supercomputers, now we call them high-performance computing because of how they are configured. And there you require special skills. Think it extend now, we call them hyperscale computing, and we sometimes call them clouds. But at the core of this is how do you configure the computing in such a way that you can be able to use them and be able to scale. And that requires special skills. And the other thing that also comes in here is moving large amounts of data for our connectivity. So on that also you have got challenges of cybersecurity. And for this, we have got programs that we have developed in ensuring that we can train the students from our institutions, work together with people already in industry to develop mechanisms that we can close the gap in the skills. And as we have correctly indicated in the opening, these are the skills that are driving the fourth industrial revolution, because we talk about massive amount of data coming from all over the place. You have got the Internet of Things, we have got computing at edge, all these things, you have got massive data that needs to be processed. The winner in this case is that somebody who will be able to have the skills to analyze this data, use it in real time. And this requires massive parallel computing and also understanding how to deal with the data. So for this, we've got programs that we call, and I can talk about one, the Datathon. The Datathon also, this is where we get students from all universities, we bring them together, they form the teams.
Mr. Stole, begin to conclude.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stole. I see that there's still a lot that you would share with us. You would still have some few minutes at the end just to give some closing statements. Let me also invite participants who are attending virtually to post their questions and comments in the various platforms, chat boxes and so on. We will then come back to those. Let us then take Ms. Prudence Mabitsela, the Managing Director for Dynamic DNA. Tell us how Dynamic DNA contributes towards youth development, towards skills development and entrepreneurship, and what are the challenges that you're facing?
Thank you so much for the invitation, obviously being part of this panelist discussion. I think for us as Dynamic DNA, we come in from a perspective of inclusion, entrepreneurship, skills development. Like everyone else has mentioned as part of this panelist, they've mentioned something very crucial around passion, around development, around unemployment that needs to be closed in our country. We do exactly that in various means of interpretations, and in various means of skills development interventions, such as learnership programs, short skills programs. But I think what makes us very different is the fact that we work very closely with the industry. We are currently talking about the fourth industrial revolution. The industry calls it Industry 4.0. And if we want to think about those individuals, how else are we bringing them forth? How else are we ensuring that their jobs become relevant, not just for now, but also for the future? So there are current programs that we are obviously running in correlation with the industry, which is important. We will work with corporates, we will work with these SMMEs that we are currently talking about as far as entrepreneurship and economy building is concerned. And these programs are aligned to wanting to ensure what the current visions of the company really is, working towards those goals strategically, building change management forms, but also aligning skills development into it. So you also start seeing human resources playing a different role as far as skills development is concerned, because now their role is very linked towards ensuring that they also are aligned to the company goals. So there's a lot that actually encompasses just what the country is currently going through. You will see. What you will see is that the country is currently going through unemployment, but you also need to be cognizant of the fact that it might become a roll-up effect. So skills development, I think, for me, is right at the core of it, and we just need to be enabling of it. I see our moderator nodding right there to say, I need to obviously pass over to the rest of the panelists. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mabizela. It's really wonderful what you are doing as a dynamic DNA. Let's take Ms. Gugu Sema. Take your time and tell us, actually what the MICT SETA is doing. We have already heard, and I'm glad that my impression is that the MICT SETA knows its mandate very well. Can you expand?
Yes, thank you, Chair. MICT SETA, as an authority body, we are mandated to develop skills. And what we have been doing, the fourth industrial revolution has presented us with vast opportunities and also introduced a change within the MICT SETA. What does that mean? As an organization, we had to reframe, we had to review, reframe, and restructure ourselves so that we remain relevant in terms of our mandates. We therefore looked at the qualifications that we had, and we realized that those qualifications, they are no longer responsive to the market demand. Therefore, we identified qualifications that will be needed based on the research that has been already done, both locally and internationally, that indicates the skills gaps, that also indicate the future skills. As a MICT SETA, therefore, we then developed qualifications. Firstly, we identified about 30 4IR-related qualifications that will assist the industry in its entirety to develop skills based on the skills gaps that has emerged. We therefore started with 10 qualifications that includes artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, Internet of Things, data science, design thinking, robotic automation, robotic processing automation, and e-waste. Those qualifications has been developed. They will be gazetted in the next coming few weeks, as the CEO has alluded earlier on. We have also established research chairs within the public institutions where we are funding masters and doctoral students that are conducting research within the 4IR, different 4IR themes. And we have adopted different approach in terms of these research chairs. Why? Because we wanted to be inclusive. We wanted to make sure that we have impact in terms of this initiative. And this, it's an exciting initiative because those students are afforded with an opportunity to not just to do research, but out of the research that they are conducting, they are then able to innovate, coming up with solutions that will be beneficial to the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's really impressive to realize that SETAs are taking, evidence-based development very serious, because while you research, you are doing that. Let's call upon now Ms. Kanyile, CEO of the Film and Video Foundation, to tell us what they are doing. As I was driving down, I heard that in America, some film stars have partnered with the state to create new schools to impart new knowledge, and teach youth about film industry and how they can then, get employed. And those skills are not necessarily in the mainstream education. Ms. Kanyile?
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Unfortunately, my video seems to have been disabled by the administrator that side. I am unable to enable it on my end. So hopefully, whilst I'm speaking, the administrator will be able to switch it on my behalf. And so very quickly, the National Film and Video Foundation is an agency of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, and we are mandated with the equitable growth of our industry, right? And so we have various partners within the industry. But I think what is important to note is that we give grants across marketing, development, distribution, training, and skills development. And what's important to note in preparation for this discussion today, just the information that I gathered suggested that cultural and creative industries generate 250 billion a year, which makes up 3% of the world's GDP and employs 29.5 million people. And in a recent survey, it suggests that actually creative occupations are more future-proof to computerization. And I think what's important there to note is that as an institution, we play quite a huge role in skills development, and we partnered last year with a digital entrepreneurship hub in the Eastern Cape. And what it aims to do is provide a new crop of filmmakers with different digital skills. I think, we are quite aware that as far as the creative industry is concerned, we have been in a fourth industrial revolution for quite a long time, because if you think about it, the way that film is created has changed over the years. From going digital, we've gone digital, the way that post-production is done, it's a lot easier, distribution, consumption, and preservation. And to that end, if you think about what it means to have revolutionized this space, the Netflix of this world last year alone gained 26 million new subscribers at the beginning of the year because of COVID. What they have done is revolutionize the space of content distribution, which has also meant that consumers consume content very differently. And as the NFVF, we've partnered with Netflix in producing more locally told stories. But we've also gone a step further in partnering with TikTok. I think for a number of panelists who are parents, you would have been exposed to the phenomenon that is TikTok. And really what TikTok has done, which is an amazing initiative called Rising Voices, is focus on young people. They've taken on a cohort of 100 young people who are content creators, and they're teaching them the skills of digital content creation. And what that will enable them to do is monetize their content. So moving away from a traditional way of doing things. And so you can see where collaboration is key. We also have treaties with a number of, up to 9 countries at the moment. And those treaties enable us to tap into skills, and the ability for the organization to then host masterclasses, for instance. And the more we can tap into knowledge that our counterparts really have, the better. But at the heart of it as well, from a South African perspective, is thinking about access, right? And I think if you're thinking about what skills are going to be needed in the future, we can't teach kids what they don't know, right? And so if you're thinking about technology, you always have to be thinking about access as well. There's a general lack of access in this country. We've spoken about the unemployment numbers at the start of this session. And so you cannot move into a digital space, a digital sphere, if you don't even know the careers that are associated with the field that you want to go into, if you're not aware of the skills, if you're not aware of the need. And so, you see, for instance, creativity moving from 10th place in a recent survey to 4th place, even in the Industrial Revolution, right? Which means that the ability of the machines in the future, the data computing, the cloud technologies and everything else still requires the creativity of individuals, right? And I think if you think about film and Nollywood, for instance, in Nigeria, that entire industry has evolved so fast. They're distributing their content outside of the African continent, which shows that, they've taken leaps and bounds. Digital technology has enabled them to infiltrate different spaces, which is important. But I think the collaboration with partners such as the MICT SETA is important in knowing where to focus in terms of skills development, because you can't teach kids to have an interest and a passion when they don't even know what is available. And I think the important thing for us as well as an institution...
Makosazana, can you round up? Just 30 seconds.
Yes, I will round up. Thank you. I think also what's important is we enable a number of SMMEs, which are production companies, in offering them work and offering them skills development. And so these types of discussions, I think, are important in understanding that we will not be able to move ahead with our fourth industrial revolution agenda as a country if we do not create those collaborative spaces. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kanyela. You have mentioned one critical point of access and also dealing with the marginalization, that these kids should know what is available for them as careers. We'll delve more into that at a later stage. But let's now take Mr. Schofield of the Institute of Information Technology Professionals in South Africa. Can you tell us what the professionals are doing to encourage and enhance, 4IR utilization by our youth, so that we are then able to increase our entrepreneurship and, produce quality students? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I will try to be brief because I know the pressure is on to keep up to the timetable. The Institute of IT Professionals has been around for several decades, and its focus is on career development in the ICT space through various means, knowledge sharing, thought leadership actions, events and conferences, webinars, whatever is appropriate in the age in which we live. And we do support our members and non-members with means to develop their careers through appropriate skills development. And we can provide tools that enable them to measure their own levels of competence, their own fields of competence, and then to map out the sort of learning programs that they might need to go through to advance to the next level or to another area of specialism. And we underpin that with a firm belief that all who practice in the ICT space must do so in an ethical and professional manner, so that we can minimize the ever-growing risks there are of data loss and data manipulation. And I would really like to pick up on our last panelist on the area of collaboration, because we as a country are very, very good at developing plans. We know what the issues are, we know what the problems are, we can define them to the nth degree, but we then have a habit of going off and doing the relevant activities in pockets, in isolation from each other, rather than seeing the big picture and being able to slot initiatives into a program that makes the best use of the resources available and to meet the demands of the broader picture. The other issue that strikes me, we talk a lot about unemployment and creating skills development programs that give young people the ability to do things. The core of that is that they must be able to create economic value for themselves. And whether you do that through entrepreneurship or whether you do that through finding employment in some other enterprise, the fact is that we need to understand as individuals that we must create economic value. And to do that, some broader picture has to be that the economy has to grow. That point has already been made. And fundamentally, that means we must be investing in the structures that make the economy grow. We must be able to put people in touch with the opportunities that come out of this digital economy. They must be able to understand and use the digital devices that are available to them to create that economic value. And they must be educated to be curious right from the youngest possible age, to be curious about, how these things work, how they link together, how they as individuals can be part of this entire economy that is more and more being dependent on the digital networks that connect us. It's unfortunately too easy to see things from the perspective of Joburg or Cape Town, where being connected is second nature, without us being fully aware that we are still decades behind in connecting young people in more rural environments.
Okay, Mr. Schofield, 30 seconds to wrap up. 30 seconds to wrap up.
Or in the townships that are too overcrowded and without the appropriate facilities. So our message is let's coordinate, let's collaborate, let's make sure that the big picture is understood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schofield. Let's take the last panelist, Ms. Ntabeleng Pora, Project Manager for Skills Training and Audience Development in the Gauteng Film Commission. Ms. Pora, what is the Commission doing in enhancing, development in the film industry? But I would like you to focus more on the challenges and how you partner maybe with public sector institutions like TVET colleges, CET colleges, and universities to ensure that the skills are brought to the students and so forth. Thank you. Ms. Pora?
Thank you so much. The responsibility of the Film Commission is to facilitate and enhance.
Sorry, Ms. Ntabeleng, can you switch on the video?
No problem. Yes, the Films Commission responsibility is to enhance, promote, and develop audiovisual industries in Gauteng, ensuring that the developmental programs that we are assisting, particularly new entrants, is to then get a space where then they can be welcomed and begin to do their short programs and small programs as they are entering the market. One of the key things that we do, particularly when you're talking about issues of transformation and skills and development, is to ensuring that, one, we partner with accredited institutions where, one, new entrants are able to then get the necessary skills to be able to be assisted to then adequately provide or produce content that then can not only then be sold in South Africa, but could also then grow legs and then see into international territories. Another important aspect for us is to obviously then try to look into the new digital and 4IR skills content programs, where now we have to then start looking into gaming and as well as animation, because of those two are actually becoming the next leading projects that, one, are seeing a lot of economic growth, but also a lot of job creation in the programs that are particularly entailed into animation. Into the fictions, documentaries, and production courses, we do have various partnerships, one with content distributors as well as national and international distributors looking into SVOD. One of the key things that we are looking for, particularly, and the challenges that we need to then firstly address, which is like the biggest problem that we are currently facing. We are still facing projects that we are not receiving a lot of applications from the LGBTI community around the LGBTI community concerns and productions that they want to do. Secondly, we are also seeing a very limited number of female-driven or female-produced content that can be led or run by females. So we're seeing a very limited number of those programs. Another challenge is that the people that are currently applying, most of people do not really comply, particularly where SARS and CIPC documentation is concerned. We're seeing a lot of non-compliance, and that then results or leads, obviously, to either a decline or a disqualification, because if we are unable to also assist filmmakers or the industry to begin to comply with all the complying companies, it makes it very difficult for us to also then achieve the goal of producing more content. Another challenge, which I think we have also seen, and I think this one, it's a challenge that I think all the organizations, particularly from a funding perspective, we have realized, is that there is not enough agencies that are able to assist with funding. As a result, being able to then consistently produce adequate content that we can have in the country is very scarce, because of one filmmaker can literally only produce one film over the period of 2.5 years, meaning being able to source enough funds to then be able to then close the appetite for audience development to be receiving South African content is still a challenge.
Tabeleng, can you please begin to wrap up? 30 seconds.
No problem. With all the other programs that we're looking into, is just to see how we can then begin to have co-province partnerships, where now filmmakers can start working with other filmmakers from other provinces for them to at least create what we then claim being the authentic South African storytelling. One, preserving our heritage; two, preserving our languages, and promoting our locations in South Africa. And I think those are the things that we are looking into, but also trying to also see how we can then at the most attract foreign direct investment for more productions to be taking place in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pora. Panelists, now we are going into the question and answer session. I believe our participants who are participating virtually have, posted some questions. Let's ask Sister Kabiso to assist with those questions.
Thank you, Chair. Currently, we have one posted question on our social platforms. The question is as follows, from Maile Mutiba. How are our entities working with the current entrepreneurial development ecosystem, e.g. your likes of SETA, to ensure a clear link between entrepreneurship growth and skills development? So far, Chair, that is the one question. There was also just, I think, more of a comment coming from Ntabiseng Dora that was mentioning the issue of marginalized communities and asking about learnerships that are available in rural areas.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, panelists, there's the question. What do we do? How do we partner with organizations like SETA to ensure that there's entrepreneurship? Let me allow you to respond, voluntarily so, not following any particular order, but let's take a minute each.
As a commemorative piece.
Yeah, you may go, Mr. Tira.
All right. I would not particularly go to SETA, but there's lots of opportunities for collaboration between private sector and state agencies to collaborate and drive entrepreneurship. I'll make one example, which I am part of. We as the ICT SME Chamber now formed an organization called SAMPA, which was actually launched by the Minister of Higher Education. And together with MICT SETA, we've started to train learners with TUT on mobile device repairs to ensure that we ensure that our own youth participate in the mobile device repair industry. Together with TUT, we are going to put an incubation which will incubate these young people from mainly Soshanguve and Pretoria area at Ridgeville to go and build mobile repair stores in their own communities. perfect example where you've got MICT SETA, you've got DHEAD being the minister himself, and who's driving this, and another DHEAD institution, which is TUT, to drive a program that emanated from the private sector, which was an NGO. So there are a lot of examples like that. I could go to others with CSIR, but I would let other panelists think about it.
You may go.
Maile, regarding your collaboration with SETA, look, enterprise development is very important to entrepreneurial. If we don't have that, it's going to be extremely difficult for us to get anyway. So the collaboration with whether it's your private or your SOEs, in terms of getting young people into the enterprise development program, that will actually help with our entrepreneurship or entrepreneurs to be successful. When it comes to marginalized communities, we are currently working on a program where we want to work with mines, because what we've realized is that, when it comes, especially within the ICT space, mines always are importing resources outside their communities. So what we want to do now is actually to train young people within those communities, so that mines can also take those young people through internship, then later obviously able to employ them. So it's a work in progress, but it's something that we've actually realized, because most of our clients who are in the mining sector, they will always ask people from Joburg to go to those rural areas, which is quite unfortunate really, because you have a lot of villages there and you have a lot of young people there. So one is not actually even, well, I don't understand why they haven't actually taken that opportunity to train those people on the skills that they need as the mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Any one of you ladies?
I like to be very practical when I'm tackling certain problems or issues. So one aspect that we're mentioning is marginalization. We also mention entrepreneurship. From my side, I grew up in a marginalized community. Then you start thinking, how do those individuals gain access towards understanding the fourth industrial revolution as an example of future of work? I think it's important that we have inclusivity when we are going, having programs, the acting CEO, we need to be reaching out to those individuals. We need to be going out there into those communities. We need to be going into those schools, educating them on future of work. So I think from our side, it's important that I do raise that. From an entrepreneurship perspective, also there has to be some component of mentorship and a lot of hand-holding. I remember when I started off as an entrepreneur, if there was no hand-holding right there at the beginning, but also a passion from the entrepreneur themselves, I wouldn't be where I am. So I'd like to just give off that as the next step.
You have raised a very valid and critical point. Let me, before I give to you, Mrs. Gugu, let me indicate that marginalization, particularly of the disadvantaged communities, it's still rife. That's why we see so many uprisings in different communities. That's why we see such wastage of our youth. The question is the government doing enough? Are we doing enough as the Department of Higher Education and Training to ensure that there's access, like your internet connectivity and so on? Yes, I know various organizations like your MTN, your Vodacom have tried, but is there enough being done? What is being done in TVET colleges to ensure that there's access to connectivity and so on? I would have loved Mr. Mjali to respond to that, but maybe MICT SETA can also respond to that.
Okay. Let me start by the previous question, Chair, learnership in the rural area. What MICT SETA does, we have different window periods where we advertise for the funding opportunities. And it is open for both employers, large companies, SDPs, as well as the SMMEs. And when they apply, they also indicate that some of these programs...
What we are doing, particularly to partner with SEDA and so on, to make sure that we address the issue of marginalization.
part, not specifically with SETA, but maybe just to highlight one program that we are doing, and this is together with Dell. There is a Kulisa project. So through Kulisa project, we take students, 15 students every year, 5 from freshly undergraduate, 10 from fresh matric students who just passed matric, and these students are put through a 2-year program. Part of that is enterprise development, and the other one is also on the skills development on ICT. So that's one good initiative. But all the other initiatives that I indicated, we emphasize on ensuring that we can be able to reach out to marginalized communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any of the panelists who are participating virtually, do you want to have a say?
Thank you, Program Director. From the side of TVET College, more especially at our college, we've got a number of programs. Number one, we have an SMME. With that SMME, we are able to support our communities in terms of they can come in at any time and get their business registered. We have also been able to partner with SETA and NYDA, who often provide, trainings and workshop to these learners. We also have another initiative where there were 3 groups that were selected based on the merit of what was presented through their business plan. They were selected to form co-ops, and the college was able to give them, or rather grant them, an amount of 30,000 to start these co-ops. These co-ops are currently running at the college. One is, there are 2 cafeterias, and there is a clothing production. There is an electrical, a store at one of our campuses. So what we do with these learners, we assisted them in forming these co-ops. We were assisted by
focused on partnerships as one of our key strategic goals and areas. But I think what's important as well is we will be undertaking research later on in this financial year to look at the areas where we provide skills and training, but also just do an audit. Whilst we provide bursaries, sharing lots of feedback.
Excuse me, Ms. Kanyile, I think there's some disturbance.
Sorry,
Can one of the participants mute?
Mr. Kosa, can you please mute your mic?
Host, can you mute Mr. Kosa?
Yes, I'm muting him now. Just 1 second.
Okay, thank you very much. That was just, good, a refresher to us. Okay, Ms. Kanyile, you may proceed. We have got about 4 minutes left.
What I was saying is, so we provide quite a number of bursaries, and we do a lot of training, and we also do a ton of partnerships with the SETA, for example, where we're able to farm out almost 300 interns on an annual basis to different production companies. But what I was going to say is, what's of critical importance is the ability to then research and do a skills audit to figure out exactly where your impact is, because you can train all you want, but are you training in the right skills areas? If you don't do an audit and assess whether, I think that's another critical thing, even as we form these partnerships, that we should be looking at. Is it worth our while? Are we training in the right skills areas? And what metric of success do we have in place that will inform us that we are reaching the milestones that we need to reach, and that we are indeed having the desired impact with the training initiatives, with the partnerships, with the funding that we get? So I think that's what I wanted to highlight.
Thank you very much. I would have loved to bring in Mr. Schofield and Ms. Pura, But I'd like to pick on what they have said in my summary. Firstly, we are aware that 4IR is here, digital economy is here. The COVID-19 has actually thrown us deep into, the fray to make sure that we respond. And while, the systems and the sectors were not really prepared for that, I think quite a number of them have responded fairly well, though we still have lots of challenges. You'd remember in 2020, our minister, Dr. Blade Nzimbande, was always emphasizing that the marginalized students must not be left behind when we're trying to save the academic year. So different colleges had different, methods of trying to accommodate them. Some used, social platforms as easy as WhatsApps. Some used TVs, radio broadcasts, and so on. And at the same time, also printing material. So what is becoming clear is that our efforts to respond to 4IR and the digital economy, particularly in enhancing entrepreneurship, is to make sure, and what came out very loud in these discussions is the issue of collaborating, moving away from working in isolation. And my big question that still remains is there proper, an adequate collaboration between the public space and the private space? And when I also refer to the private space, I also include SMMEs. Is there sufficient collaboration such that, the big numbers that are in our institutions are actually assisted? And what about those in need? How do we touch them? Are the learnerships that are out there, are they sufficient? That's another question that we still need to look at. From CSIR, we heard of the various innovations that are there, and we really appreciate that. We appreciate the fact that there's even sponsorship from various SETAs, from various organizations, in terms of bursaries and funding for students to proceed. The fact that the film industry is also assisting a lot in trying to bring this issue to the fore for students to venture into that, because following the traditional careers is not helping change the unemployment rate and so on. The big question is, are we still doing enough? The dynamic DNA, you are very practical. As you are speaking and as you are asking, you move into the communities and so on. And I then linked it to the question to say, is there enough resources in those communities, particularly the rural areas, for women, for those who are disabled? Are we helping them enough to make sure that they are able to access all these opportunities that we are speaking about, and to make sure that they can then become self-sustainable in terms of, creating jobs for themselves or becoming employable? Ntate Motloang, you have a history in making an impact, and you rightfully said, for you, 4IR did not start now. You started some time ago with it. But the challenges that you're still mentioning, I'm not sure if, at any, short space of time, will the country be able to cover that? What we see is a rising, tendency of either trying to, look towards the government for solutions in terms of grants, in terms of other things, but there are entrepreneurs on the ground. Maybe we need to increase the mentorship programs, and I'm challenging the various SETAs on that as well, to say maybe the mentorship programs when dealing with entrepreneurship must be increased. I'll give you one last example that we see coming up, and that is a government initiative through SETAs, the MER SETA, the ETDP SETA, and also the Department of Communications and Digital Technology are now moving into a space of, establishing 4IR centers of excellence in TVET colleges, trying to have an impact on that. But that then questions whether we have sufficient lecturers who are competent enough and capable enough to teach 4IR to our students. That brings us to the end of our session, and I'd like to thank everyone for participating. I'd still like to, let me check with Sis Qabiso if there are further questions. Maybe we can have 3 more minutes. We are
Thank you,
already
Chair.
over time. Yes, madam?
Thank you, Chair. I didn't want us to miss this question. There aren't many questions that are coming through, but we have Rendani Chingavani, who's earnestly asking that opportunities such as data science and cloud computing really penetratable to offer, especially if you are a training provider. Thank you.
Dr. Stolle, I think that rests with you. Can you help with a response there? But I'll also open it up to the other panelists.
No, thanks. I've already shared some links on the different initiatives to that, and welcome to have more discussions with Rendani regarding those opportunities.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stolle. But I think the big question that we still need to ask relating to Rendani's question is, are we training our kids or the youth right from, the ECD phase on how to, look at science? It's no longer those eras where we focus more on, history and other things, but we look at skills and knowledge that will, help us survive in this digital era. So what are we doing? We know that the basic education has developed, coding and other practices, and they are teaching that to their learners. But is that sufficient? Panelists, thank you very much for your contributions. I believe what we have said is not quite enough, because there's still a lot to be said, and there's still a lot to be explored on. But we'll let the career development workshop take care of that for now. Thank you very much, and have a nice day to everyone, and let's follow the career development program. Thank you.
your defenses, vanity and security. But don't you forget about me. I'll be alone, dancing, you know it, baby. Don't you take you apart. I will put us back together. Don't you forget about me. Don't you forget about me.
Aye.
We're not going to use that screen.
Okay.
It doesn't want to. It connects, but it shows black. Where are you? Okay.
I think it's coming. Oh, I can start. You can start.
One second.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, let's go.
Otherwise,
Okay, go, go, go.
facilitating this all to myself.
Zoom, zoom, zoom. Just need to.
I don't know. It's when you left here. Huh?
But somebody must tell. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We must apologize for that transition and a bit of a technical glitch that we experienced. But however, I think we can all agree that the roundtable dialogue was quite a robust engagement session, characterized by industry leaders and experts. And we really hope that we all received great insights and that really skills development can become an enabler to economic recovery. So this brings us to the second part of our session today, the Career Development Capacitating Building Workshop, which is going to be led and directed by the Department of Higher Education and Training. And really, the objective of this career development capacity building workshop is to capacitate career development practitioners when they provide career guidance to learners, and really just trying to equip them with the information and the tools that learners can utilize such that they are able to take informed decisions when they take on new career paths, and also through the journey of taking on their career decisions in the lives that they wish to have in the various respective sectors and industries. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce you to our facilitator for this capacity building workshop, Mr. Sigopotse Ditlare, who is the Career Development Services from the CATA arm at the Department of Higher Education and Training, who's going to be facilitating this. We trust and hope that we still have kept you, and we trust and hope that you are navigating through the virtual platform that you use to register to log on and participate in today's proceedings. Remember that we do have a career exhibition that is taking place concurrently with various SETAs that are there, that are represented. We have MICT SETA that is there, we have FACET, we have SETA. Cloud Technologies is also exhibiting virtually, as well as the National Film and Video Foundation. You can obviously visit our virtual stand as the MICT SETA, where we will have virtual assistants that will be able to field all your questions on the chat boxes. You can also ensure that you have video chats with them. You can request video chats, and a help desk as well that's also there to help you navigate through the virtual system. Please use these integrated communication tools. After all, this is delivered within a 4IR environment. Thank you very much. Sigopotso, over to you.
Thank you, Kabiso. Good day, good morning, colleagues. As Kabiso has said, my name is Sigopotse Ditlare from Department of Higher Education and Training. And within the Department of Higher Education and Training, I'm from a unit called Career Development Services, or CDS in short. So colleagues, welcome to this workshop. My hope is that it's going to help you in your, as career development practitioners, in your day-to-day work. Colleagues, normally this workshop, it's a day or two workshop. Today I have only about 3 hours. So I'll try by all means to squeeze in as much as possible. I'll touch on the most important aspects. Everything in this presentation is important, but now I need to prioritize given the time. We, over and above us, or this presentation having to be for 2 days, It's now 3 hours and we've started a bit late. But as Xaviso has said, there were robust interactions with the session before this one. So let me just jump into the purpose of this workshop. Colleagues, the purpose, number one purpose, is to provide you with basic orientation to career development. We say basic orientation because, colleagues, I don't expect you to be experts in career development within 3 hours. Even 2 days, I mean, it's not enough. Career development it's very important. It's really important. That's why we're doing this as a Department of Higher Education and Training, because we realize that a lot of young people, not only young people, because our service, we call it cradle to the grave. Career development or career guidance or career information is important to everyone. So I don't expect you after 3 hours to be expert. I expect you to be able to at least give a basic career guidance or career information out there. So that's the number one purpose of this workshop. Second purpose is to share information on post-school education and training opportunities, or we call it PSET. We want to give you this information so that when you're out there giving career guidance or career information, you know how to give it, and say maybe someone comes to maybe a grade 11 or grade 12 learner to say, you know what, I want to become this. If you don't have the information about the PSET, maybe someone says to you, you know what, I want to become a scientist, for example. You should be able to say to this learner or person or client to say, you know what, if you want to become this, these are the institutions that you can actually go into. I always say you can never give an effective career guidance or career information or career intervention if you don't have all the information. So you need all the information in order for you to be able to give relevant and accurate career information. And then number 3 is to provide tips or guidelines on the facilitation of career guidance. These tips the aim of these tips is to assist you, is to give you pointers when you give career guidance. So now, the outline of this workshop, we have 4 sessions here. Session number 1, I'm going to talk about CARETA, or Career Development Services, because what we have picked up is, or when we're out there, because normally we go out there and talk to people about our service and stuff. So people always get confused about CARETA. I'll say I'm from Department of Higher Education and Training. Yes, maybe they will get it, but the moment I say CARETA, or even people call into our service and say to us and ask us, CARETA, is this CARETA a school? Can I register with CARETA? Is it a college or what? No, it's not a college. It's just our brand, but I'll get into it into details. And then session 2, I'm going to introduce colleagues to theories of career development services, because there are a lot of career development theories out there. But for the purpose of this workshop, I'm going to focus only on 2 of those theories. And then session 3, we're going to talk about career decision making. And then session 4, we're going to talk about facilitation process or skilled helper model. This session, basically what it does is we give you practicals in terms of how to give you career guidance, because we're going to talk about, giving career guidance and how to give it and all of those things. But sometimes we need the practical side of doing it, because we talk about theories and all of those things, but at the end of the day, you'll be out there, you'll be meeting clients, you'll be meeting learners, you'll be meeting whoever out there who will need career guidance. So you want to put it in a practical context so that when you give it, you know how to give it in a proper and effective way. And then outcomes, what is it that we expect from you out of this workshop? So as a career development practitioner, number 1, you should be able to collect, evaluate, and assimilate career-related information, right? And then number 2, you need to be able to conduct information sessions with both individuals and groups. Okay, and then number 3, you need to be able to refer clients to career resources, because I always say this when I run workshops. I always say, look, you cannot know everything. So there are things that you don't have information on. So it's not a bad thing, or it's not a sign of weakness if you don't know. The only problem is if you don't know and you don't come out and say, I don't know, because you end up giving people wrong information. So you should be able to refer, because you cannot know everything. The moment you accept that, I think it will be better for you. It will be easier for you to be able to refer at clients, because if you give client information that is not true or that is not accurate, you'll be basically doing this disservice to that client. So we don't want that. You should be able to refer clients to our career resources. We have a lot of career resources out there that you can actually use when you give career guidance. Okay, now about career development services, or CDS. CDS, it was established in 2010. I joined CDS in 2012, so I've been with them for about 9 years now. It was established in 2010, and then the reason for this career development service is because, colleagues, I always get this thing. I'll meet colleagues out there, I'll meet people out there, and I'll say to them, I'm from Department of Higher Education and Training, and then person will say, I mean, what is it that you do at Department of Higher Education and Training? I'll say, no, I'm from a unit called Career Development Services. And then the next question is, what is it that you do there? All right, maybe I'll talk about, we offer career information, career guidance, and career counseling. So now, I always get these strange looks from people to say, okay, but you say you're from Higher Education and Training. I say, yes, I'm from there. And then they would say, but Higher Education and Training, you guys are responsible for institutions of higher learning, like a university, University of Technology, and TVET colleges. Yes. So then, what the hell are you doing with career guidance and career information? Because the assumption is once someone is within higher education space, the assumption is that person has already chosen a particular career. So what are you doing there? Is career guidance and career information, does it not belong to basic education? Because learners there, they are not sure about the career that they want to follow and stuff. But when someone is within higher education, I mean, the assumption is they already know what is it that they want to do. But, and I always say, it's not that simple. We have a lot of students at universities, University of Technology and TVET colleges, who have chosen wrong careers, right? So other than talking to your grade 9 to 12 learners, we have those that are within the system already, and with that, I mean, having chosen wrong careers, we can always talk to them and say to them, look, if you are in here, these are the other ways of going about or getting out of there and end up doing whatever that you want to do, because it's pointless pursuing something that you really don't like or love, because you're going to be frustrated and stuff like that. So, yes, so the reason for this CDS was to provide integrated, comprehensive, and quality assured, number 1, career information, number 2, career guidance, and number 3, career counseling. So maybe I can just break it down. With career information, because there's a difference between career information and career guidance, because some people use it interchangeably. Career information, it's when maybe say someone has already decided to say, you know what, I want to become a lawyer, for example. And most of the time, because we go to schools, we talk to grade 11, grade 12 learners, and you'll get into a class and you ask them, guys, do you know what is it that you want to become? Some of them would say yes, some would say no. And those who would say yes, I know what I want to become, maybe I want to become a lawyer, for example. And I would say to them, okay, do you know what a lawyer is? Do you know what lawyers do? Do you know how to go about it? Most of the time they don't even know. Maybe they just like the idea of being a lawyer. They see lawyers on TV and they just love the ideas, but they don't understand what is it that you need to do or what goes into becoming a lawyer, for example. So career information is about giving people information about that particular career field. Maybe we'll start with saying, for example, to become a lawyer, have to look at your subject. Are you doing the right subject, the relevant subject? That's number one. Number two, do you know where to study this? You studied at University of Technology or TVET College, because you have those careers that you find at TVET College, but they are not at university and vice versa. So we say, maybe for this particular career, you go to university, I'll tell them about how long it takes, the AP score, and once you're done, what is it that you'll be doing on daily basis? Because like I said, these learners, especially those who want to become lawyers, because nowadays we have state capture, you see lawyers on TV on daily basis. And they just love the idea and they just want to go into law, but they don't understand the finer things, the finer information, little information on how to become a lawyer, for example. So we give them that information, and we always say to them, the most important part is, yes, understand the career, have that career information, but the most important part is you need to be the right person for that particular career field. So you need to know yourself as a person, get this information and match it with the career that you are interested in and see if there's a match. Because some theory says if there's a mismatch, chances are you're going to be frustrated, you're going to hate yourself, you're not going to like it. So we give them that's career information basically. And then career guidance is when you have someone who is, some people will say, you know what, they are confused, or these learners, they will say, you know what, I'm confused, I don't know what is it that I want to become. You know, some of them would say, okay, I'm interested in 2 or 3 or 4 careers, and I'm not sure what is it that I want to become. So then that's where career guidance comes in. We guide you, we talk to you about different careers and talk to you. It's more intense, talk to you as a person, trying to find out the type of person that you are, and then look at the careers that you might be interested in. Maybe, for example, if you say, I'm interested in 3 or 4, I'm confused, I'm not sure which one to choose, you can always explain that particular career or those careers in detail so that once we're done, a learner or a person will be able to say, you know what, because I know myself and I got the information, I think I like this one better. I think this is more suited to me better. So the idea here is to make sure that the learner or a client, let's just say a client doesn't just make a decision, but it is more of an informed decision. You know what you're getting yourself into. When you decide to do this, at least you know what you're getting yourself into. So this is career guidance, basically. And then we have career counseling. Career counseling is more deeper. It looks at deeper issues. Maybe you find that person or a client is struggling in school, is struggling not because a learner is not smart enough. You'll find that, there are more deeper social, economic, or even psychological issues. You know, this is where career counseling comes in. We have a career counseling unit. We have guys who are dealing with those deeper issues that are on a bit on a higher level, so to speak. So basically, this is why Career Development Services was established, to focus on these 3 aspects: career information, career guidance, and career counseling. Okay, and then the vision. This is our vision, basically, for Career Development Services. Okay, the vision is for all people of all ages to have access to quality and differentiated career information and career services throughout their lives, so that they are able to make better and more informed career choices that deliver high levels of of employment and help to increase sustainable economic growth in the country. I've been sitting here, I've been listening to the colleagues who are here on the panel. They were talking about unemployment, they were talking about scary numbers to say 7 out of 10 people are unemployed in South Africa. I mean, that cannot be good. That's a scary number. So that's our vision, to make sure that people have this quality, access to this quality and differentiate career information, so that when they make that career decision, when they choose a particular career, they know that whatever I'm choosing at the end of the day, because we always talk about having the end in mind, to say, okay, I'm starting here. I want to see myself maybe in the 5, 6, 7 years. I don't want to see myself sitting at home not contributing to the economy. So when we give you this information, even when we give career guidance or career information, because you'll find yourself in a situation whereby someone says, I want to do this particular career. I'm not going to mention careers. I want to do this. I want to follow this particular career. But when you look at a list of careers that are in demand and those that are not in demand, you find that maybe that particular career is not in demand. So it is our responsibility to say, okay, we're not giving you career guidance. We should be able to say, okay, I see that you love this particular career, you are passionate about this particular career, but remember, it's not one of the careers that are in demand. So chances are you are going to be unemployed, because we have a big number of graduates who are sitting at home with degrees, diplomas, higher certificate, because maybe those qualifications that they have are not really in demand in South Africa. So basically, colleagues, this is our vision at CDS. Okay, now the rationale. Why career development services? Why the services at Department of Higher Education and Training? Okay, number one rationale is because of high number of learners don't receive career information and advice. Colleagues, this is because I get to see this on regular basis, on daily basis. We do school visits, we go to schools, we talk to your grade 9, 10, 11, 12 learners. So it's not abnormal to go to a school and then you have maybe your grade 12 learners around September, for example, August, September. You go there, you meet these learners, they are there, they are sitting there eager. And then my number one question will be, guys who wants to go to university or University of Technology or TVET college, and then all of them, especially with university, everyone wants to go to university, like literally everyone wants to go to university. And then my next question would be, guys, have you applied? Because applications are closing. We're nearing closing of the applications. Have you guys applied? And believe you me, you find that only 20% of the learners in the class have applied for institutions of higher learning. And then the 80 have not applied. And then my question will be, guys, why haven't you applied? You said you want to go to universities, you want to go to University of Technology, you want to go to TVET college. Why haven't you applied? And I always get this. That's because I don't know what is it that I want to become. I don't know what is it that I want to become. So I cannot apply for something that I don't know, of which that's smart. You cannot apply for something that you don't know. You need to know first what is it that you want to become, and then you start applying. But if you don't know, you cannot really apply. And colleagues, it's scary. It goes back to why are we doing this? It goes back to when people ask me, why are you doing this? Because you are higher education and training, why you have no business doing career guidance and career information. But colleagues, believe in me, a lot of learners, I mean, even myself, I was in that space when I was in grade 12. I never received any career guidance. Actually, the career that I chose, actually what I'm doing, I didn't choose it, it chose me. Because in grade 12, no career guidance, nothing. So after grade 12, I was not sure about what is it. Actually, I was not even thinking about careers. I was thinking about going to work, looking for work. And at that time, I passed well, I did well in matric. So I was just in matric to finish matric, and then from there to go look for work in mines and stuff like that, anything. Actually, at some point, I wanted to go to mines. I thought about being a soldier, even a truck driver, weird part. I wanted to be a truck driver soon. But then, what happened was, because I passed so well, my matric, back home, at that time, yeah, I think there's still these newspapers whereby people can look at their names to see if they passed and stuff. So it just so happened that back home, the municipal manager, I think he was interested in knowing who passed or who didn't pass, because I think there was money there for those. But I was not even aware that there's a bursary for those who want to go to university. So on a Monday, I was just chill there. January, I was just chilling, doing nothing. So I got a call from the municipality, and my phone rings, and then I pick up, and then some lady says, hey, can you please come to the municipality? And my question was, why? Because I don't remember applying for a job at the municipality. I don't remember. And then she said, you know what, the municipal manager wants to see you. And then I was like, for what? No, she just said, no, come. Tomorrow, 8 o'clock, you need to be here. And guess what? That whole day I was thinking to myself, what is it that I've done? Because I don't remember applying for a job. I don't remember doing anything. Well, following day, Tuesday, I went to the municipality, got there, took me to municipal manager's office, and then the first question when I got there, no greetings, nothing whatsoever. He said to me, what's your plan with your life? I was like, what? I said, what's your plan? What are you planning with? What are you planning with your life? And I was honest to say, you know what? I don't know. I don't know. And he said to me, I see you passed well. You're one of the students who passed well. I said, yes. And he said, then what is it that you want to become? And I said to him, you know what? I don't know what is it that I want to become. And he said to me, so if I were to give you money, if I were to say to you, here's money, you can go study. Is it something that you're willing to do? And I said, yes. Actually, why? I was not thinking about going to study further because I knew we don't have money at home. So, and he said to me, okay, fine. Let's say there's money. What is it that you want to study? And I said to him, interesting question, because I have no idea. I don't know what is it that I want to become. I have no idea. And he said to me, I understand that you did commercial subject. I said, yes. And so he said, with the commercial subject, you don't know what is it that you want to become. And I said, okay, actually, because a night before I was watching this movies about lawyers and stuff, and I said to him, you know what, actually, I think I know what I want to become. I want to become a lawyer. He said, do you want to become a lawyer? I said, yes. And he went back and said, but you did your commercial subjects. We have what you call commercial law. How about that? And I said, yes, I want to do that. And at the time, I don't even know what commercial law is. It sounded fancy, commercial law. I said, yes, I want to do that. Yeah. And never asked me what commercial law is. He said, okay, there's money. Where do you want to study? And I said to him, Cape Town, because, when I was in high school, middle school, high school, there would be trips where people go to Cape Town. I'm from Northwest, and then I've never been there. So I said, no, Cape Town, I want to go to Cape Town. And he said, do you have people there? I said, no, I don't have people there, but I'm going, either way. He said, okay, there's money, we have bursary for you, registration, books and stuff, so Have you, because at that time, it's not like now, you could actually walk into a university and look for space. And then we called the university right then. Then he gave me the phone. I called the university. The university said, yeah, no, actually we do have a space for commercial law. Next week, no, on Sunday, I hopped into a train, 27 hours to Cape Town in a train. I don't even know where Cape Town is. I don't know how it looks like, and I just went there. Got to Cape Town. Somehow I managed to get to university. Got there and I was on a queue. I got there and I said, yes, I'm here. I want to do commercial law. And they said, oh, unfortunately, the person who was just in front of you, as the last person, he took your space, took the space, so there are no spaces whatsoever. Okay. And I said, what is it that you have? They said, no, we have industrial psychology. I said, yeah, no, I'll take it. They said, no, you can take it and then you will change next year. I said, okay, no, I'll take it. And then I registered for industrial psychology. I didn't know what industrial psychology is. I went into it, and then it just so happened that I loved it. And I continued with it. And then completed, and then now here I am. 2012, I got into the space of career development and career guidance. So that's why I'm so passionate about it, because I can relate. I know how it feels to be in a space where you don't know what is it that you want to become. And for me, I feel like I got lucky. I'm one of those few people who chose something that they didn't know about it, and end up loving it. So and a lot of people, a lot of learners, they are not that lucky. They go, they register at universities, they go there, they realize, you know what, this is not something that I like, this is not something that I want to do. They end up failing. So that's what I picked up. That's what I normally pick up when I go to these high schools, and I'll sit with these learners and talk to them about the importance of choosing the right career path. Okay, and then rationale number 2 is mismatch between demand and supply. Colleagues, I spoke about those careers that are in demand and those that are not in demand. So we have a lot of careers that are out there that are not in demand. So if it's not in demand, there's a demand, but you don't have the supply. So in a way, we try to mitigate this to say, these are the demands. These are the careers that are in demand and there's no supply, so we talk to them and explain this. High unemployment, I just spoke about the scary numbers of unemployment in South Africa. It's not looking good, it's looking bad. High dropout rates in the PSET system. Colleagues, people are dropping out, the numbers are not looking good. I always say this, especially to the grade 12, I always say to them, if you can pass and actually if you meet the requirements of university or whatever that you want to go to and being accepted, it means you're smart enough, right? It means you are smart enough. But there are a number of reasons why people are dropping out. People are not dropping out because all of a sudden they become dumb. No, actually, the more you grow is the more your brain cells develops, and the more you become smart. So one of the reasons why people are dropping out, it's because they have chosen wrong careers. You go in there, you want to become, I don't know, you want to do marketing, and then halfway through the year you realize that, you know what, no, this is not for me. And people end up dropping. And the problem with this people dropping out is people are always complaining about NSFAS, that there's not enough money, strikes and all of those things. And these people who are dropping out, because most of them are funded by NSFAS, so they are just chowing from the NSFAS budget. So we're trying to go to this, especially with orientation. Every year, January, we go there, we talk to students at TVET colleges, universities, and stuff like that to check with them if they have they are in the right career field or career path, and most of the time, and more often than not, we find those that would say, you know what, I don't want to do this. You'll find someone doing medicine, first year doing medicine, and you say, I mean, is it something that you really want to do? And this person will say, you know what, no, I don't want to do medicine. My parents forced me into this thing, and personally, if it was up to me, I'll be maybe being a ballerina or something, but this is not something that I really love. So I think that's where parents also need to be involved in terms of helping their learners with choosing their career. Because at the end of the day, your child will be the one who will have to live with the career path that you want your child to follow. The last one is to promote lifelong learning. This is our motto. We always say, especially with career practitioners, don't just do this particular qualification and sit and relax. Things are changing. You're talking about 4IR. We've been talking about 4IR. The way things are done change dramatically. So you need to keep upskilling yourself so that you don't lag behind. You need to be going with the times. Okay. So with CDS or KETA, we do have what you call multi-channel. This is the channel which people can get hold of us or can actually reach us. Okay. We have our social networks, Facebook and Twitter. We are on Facebook. We are on Twitter. On Facebook, what do you do? If you go into our Career Development Services or KETA Facebook page, what do you do then? You normally put in your learnerships, your bursaries, your scholarships, so that people who are interested in learnership, internships, all the ships, they can find the information there, or you can actually even inbox us on Facebook. Because we find that you have data but you don't have airtime. You're on Facebook. There are a lot of people who are really active on Facebook. So it's easy for them to just send us a messenger on Facebook, and then we have people in the office who are manning our Facebook pages, who are interacting with people who prefer Facebook as their mode of communication. So we do have that. We do have Twitter. And then we have what you call SMS, or please call me now, or please call me. It's self-explanatory. What it means is, if you want to speak to us, if you want to get in touch with us, you can send us an SMS or please call me, and then we will call you back. Our turnaround time is 48 hours. So within 48 hours, you'll have someone who will call you back and then give you whatever career information or career guidance or whatever career-related information that you need in your own language. We allow people to express themselves in the language that they are comfortable with, because what you notice is you find someone sends a please call, and then you call this person back, responding in English because you don't know this person, you don't know the language that they speak. Maybe it will be me. I'll say, oh, this is a person from Department of Higher Education and Training. We received your please call. How can I assist you? So you'll find those who, because somehow they feel like, you know what, their English is not good, they'll stop talking actually. They will just go quiet, or you'll see that, I mean, expressing themselves is not, you miss a whole lot of information or points because this person is not comfortable, is not conversing in the language that he or she is comfortable with. So we encourage people to speak their own language, because the whole point of this, our services basically is to assist people. We don't really care about your proficiency, your English proficiency. We don't really care about that. Speak your language that you're comfortable with. We have people who can speak all the 11 official languages in the office, so people are more than welcome to speak in their home languages. And then exhibitions, we get invited to
career expos, we get a whole lot of invites to come and talk to learners or people in general at the career expos. Just like today, we have this virtual career expo. We have a radio program, Keta radio program. We with work-in centers at the moment. We have one in Pretoria, and then we're still busy working around having a work-in center everywhere. Working with your NYDA. So the idea is for each and every NYDA office or center, we have someone there manning a Keta store. And people come in, giving them career information or career guidance, social development. When people go, maybe register, especially young people, they go register for grants. Have someone they would say, you know what, I see you here to register for grant. I mean, look, how about we talk about careers, because this grant thing is not sustainable. We talked with this person about career, choosing a career instead of relying on grants. We need to have something like that. We also think about social development. TVET colleges, we also want to have that kind of thing at TVET colleges, but it's a work in progress. We're working towards that. We do have our website and our mobile site as well. And we also have what you call NCAP, National Career Advice Portal, NCAP. Colleagues, this is a cool tool actually that you can use as a career development practitioner. You can use it, you can refer people to it. So what you basically do is you go into it, you go to our NCAP, you register your details there. It's simple, your name, surname, your email, your password, ID number, and then you go in there. There's information about all the careers that are available. You can even, if you want to take a test to see in terms of the careers that you want to follow, you have questionnaires there that you can fill in. Once you're done with the filling in of the questionnaires, it will give you 10 best careers that are more aligned to you. Say, for example, if you are strong in teaching, it will give you maybe B.Ed as your first option. It will give you B.Ed 100%, right? If you click into that B.Ed, it will explain what Bachelor of Education is, where to study it, how long it takes, everything about that particular career. It is going to give you the details. It will even give you universities that or institutions that offer that particular career. And then also we do have videos there about each and every career. You can just click into a video and then watch that particular career that you are interested in. So it's a really cool tool to use if you're not sure about the career path that you want to follow, or as a career practitioner, you can use it to refer people or even for yourself, just to see if you are in the right career space. Okay, and then within the department, within our within career development services, we have different units. Okay, number one, you have career advice helpline. So what happens there is, remember I spoke about your SMSs, your please calls, your Facebook, and things like that. So if you send a please call, or even if you call us, we have people in the office, many in the helpline, assisting people with their queries. So if you send, you send a please call, you're gonna call within 48 hours. These are the people that are sitting there waiting for those SMSs, the please calls, the emails, the Facebook, that help people who need information on careers. And then we have policy coordination. These colleagues are responsible for developing policies, making sure that we do have proper policies in place as far as career development is concerned. And then you have counseling and assessment. I spoke about this, about counseling. These colleagues, they do assessment. They assist people who are experiencing problems, either psychological or social, whatever problems that they experience that are related to careers. So also they run assessment. They have assessment tools for people to right and yeah, in terms of their career path and career line. And then we have post-school coordination. These are the colleagues that deal with post-schools. And then we have information services and support. These colleagues are responsible for making sure that whatever information that is there, that you find in our platform, the information is accurate, the information is relevant. So we don't want to find ourselves in a situation whereby we put in information on our Facebook page or website only to find out that the information is not accurate, it's not relevant even for that matter. So they are responsible, they are mainly responsible to make sure that our information is up to date. They help with the IT support and stuff like that. And then we have what you call advocacy, communication, and outreach. I'm part of this unit, colleagues. What we do is we are the one who go out there. Some people call us foot soldiers. So we go out there and we talk to people through platforms like this, career expos, information sessions with a different target audience. So we are basically going out there, we advocate, we talk about CARE, we talk about DHEAD, we talk about career development services. As much as there are people in the office that you can't see, so with us, we are the people that you can actually see, that you can interact with face-to-face, because sometimes you need that, that aspect, human contact aspect. So we are responsible for that. And then our beneficiaries, I touched on this. We have our grade 9 to 12 learners. Grade 9, we talk to them about the importance of choosing the right subject when they get to grade 10, because that's where they choose their subjects. Because you get calls from a whole lot of people, grade 12, or someone who's out of school, to say, you know what, I want to become this, or I did not go to university, or I did not go to TVET because my subjects were not aligned with the career path that I want to follow, because subjects are also important. So grade 9, we talk to them about the importance of choosing the right subject when they get to grade 10. And they cannot just choose subject if they don't know what they want to become. So we talk to them about knowing themselves and understanding the career path that they want to follow. And then so that when they get to grade 10, I mean, it becomes easy. I always say this, I always get frustrated or actually disappointed when I get a call from someone and say, you know what, I'm doing this subject, so what can I do with the subjects? It's frustrating, because basically what this person is saying, he or she wants, or he or she is letting the subject choose a career path that he or she wants to follow. And that's not how it's supposed to happen. It's supposed to be the other way around. You should tell me, you should say, you know what, I want to become this. So what subjects? Not what can I do with the subjects? And they always say it with confidence. So I always say, no, that's not how you do it. Tell me what is it that you want to become. And then I'll tell you about the subjects that you need to choose, or the subjects that are in line with a particular career that you want to follow. And then yes, grade 10s and then grade 11s, we talk to them about the importance of your grade 11 report, because most universities are interested in your grade 11 reports. And then the grade 12 learners, we always talk to them about the apply now. We always run campaigns to go to schools to talk to learners about the importance of applying on time. Because what we get is every January, we even call it a pick-up period, because we get a lot of police calls, we get a lot of SMSs and calls. Someone say, you know what, I passed so well, but I've not been accepted. Why? No, I did not apply. Why? Because for a number of reasons. So we get those calls. I mean, we leave everything. We literally stay in the office to man those calls and SMSs, those queries from learners who did not apply on time. Hence, we have what you call a CATCH, Central Application Clearinghouse. So what it does is, if for people who did not apply on time, and they realized January that they passed well, but they did not apply on time, or those who applied but they got rejected, they can call in, they can send their police calls, and then what Catch does basically is we capture information in the system. Because our system is aligned with different institutions. So for example, say UCT, for example, for medicine, first year medicine, they have a space of about 3,000, for example, and then after going through the application came in, and then they got closed, and then after they closed, they realized that, you know what, we wanted 3,000, but you only have 2,800, so there's a space for about 200. So they can easily go into the cash system and look for grade 12 or those who want to study medicine at UCT, for example. So because the most important question is when we capture you into the catch is what is it? You give us the 3 options that you are interested in, and the provinces that you are interested in. So then universities, they just go in there and look for whoever is interested in the field, in the career field where they still have a space. So this is one of the ways in which we try to help people in terms of applying at universities. And then we deal with students every year. Around January, February, go to institutions of higher learning. We go into especially during orientation, because, like I said, we realize that there are those students who have registered at an institution of higher learning, but they have actually chosen wrong careers for whatever reason. So we go and talk to them about that. So that's our way of intervening. And then we have education and training entities. We do have need youth, not in employment, education and training, those people who are unemployed. We do run information sessions with them. In those information sessions, we talk to them about job hunting skills, CV writing skills, interview skills, because you have people who would say, you know what, I've been sending CVs, I'm not getting any replies, so I don't know what's happening. And then only to find out that their CVs are not well written, there are grammatical errors, the format is just bad, someone is still using borders and things like that. So we talk to them about that. We help them in terms of their CV, in terms of how to look for employment, in terms of how to do well during interviews. So we do have information sessions. We do have people do invite us, and then we go to them, or we look for those youth centers whereby you can come and talk to unemployed youth. And then we have career changers. Those are the people who want to change their careers. Someone who feels like, you know what, maybe I've hit the ceiling. I've been doing this for long. I don't want to do it anymore. So we do get calls from those people, and we help them in terms of navigating or finding a different career. Parents, we talk to parents about, like as I've mentioned, the importance of, because parents are our parents, and they always feel like they need to protect us, or they feel like they know what's best for us. And then some of the times we find that parents are forcing learners or their kids to choose careers that sometimes we find that maybe a parent wanted to become a doctor, for example, and he or she couldn't. Now the parent would want his child or her child to live his or her dream. So we talk to them about letting their children decide what is it that they want to become. And then we do have educators, especially life orientation educators, we capacitate them, we get invited, we go to districts, we go to all over the country to conduct career information sessions or workshops like this, because some of them, if not most of them, they don't even know how to give career guidance. They are struggling. They don't know. They don't have the information. They feel like they are just at the deep end. So we assist them in terms of that. People with disabilities, we have people who I know a colleague of mine who is passionate about people with disabilities. Always look for them to come to them to assist them, because they are very marginalized. Even with us, we don't always hit the target. We are always struggling with the target. And then we offenders, we had this program of which I really loved, I really enjoyed. We went to all the correctional centers in South Africa, whereby we spoke to, we had information session with the offenders. It was a very interesting one because in the beginning I was not sure if because I had my my assumptions about offenders. I was like, I mean, why? I mean, they are offenders. I had my preconceived ideas about them. I said, I mean, they are offenders. I mean, why do we need to and like everyone else, I was a bit apprehensive to say, I mean, are you saying you're going to correctional centers, you're going to prisons basically to talk to these people? I mean, these people are dangerous. But eventually I got convinced, and then I did my first session, and I loved it because these guys, I mean, you're talking about from grade 9 to your PhD level. So these people are studying, they are working hard because one of the motivating factor is that within the system, they always say before you can be paroled, you need to show us that you did something, studying, qualification and stuff. So most of them, I mean, they really want to do it. They want to upskill themselves. They want to become better people. They want to make sure that once they leave, they have a skill of some sort. They have a qualification of some sort. And we always get this question everywhere we go. All the centers that I went to, the question would be with a criminal record, nobody's going to hire me. So what's the point of doing this? And I always say to them, actually, it is possible. I have someone that is close to me who has a criminal record and is actually doing well. So I always say to them, my advice is always to them, look, do not do a career, do not choose a career that is related to what you were convicted for. You cannot be convicted for fraud and then go financial fraud and then go do financial management or accounting. Find something that is not related to whatever you were convicted for, and they always find it helpful. And then we have what you call NGOs. We always get invite from them to come and train them, especially those that are related to career development or career guidance. We go to them, we train them because they are always interested in, because they have a center and maybe one of their pillar is career guidance, but they don't know how to give career guidance, or they don't have all the resources. So they invite us, and then we come and we talk to them. We give them all the information. Not only all the information, we don't just give them information and leave. We support them. We don't just train people and leave. We support them. If they need material, maybe they need our booklets, they need whatever that they need, or even refer. If they feel like, you know what, this is too much for me, they are more than welcome to refer their clients to us. So yeah, this basically in a nutshell are our beneficiaries, colleagues. And then KETA, as I've mentioned, KETA is just our brand, colleagues, because people don't know KETA. They always see KETA. They always say, I always see KETA, but I don't know what KETA does. Is it a college? Can I register? Or someone will call and say, is this KETA? Yes, I want to register. I say, no, but we don't register. KETA is just our brand, colleagues. You don't have to register with us. We just help people with career guidance, career information, and career counseling. Okay. I don't know, colleagues. Is there anyone who's maybe looking at the questions and no? So I'm just running blindly. Are there any questions? Not yet. No hands. Colleagues, do you have questions? If you do, raise your hand. If not, I'm just gonna continue. Or if you do not have questions for now, I think you are more than welcome to. Aye? Okay. Hola. just keep it there. Colleagues, if there are no questions, let's move because we are behind in terms of time. So we're just gonna, because the first action was just to introduce you into career development services. Sorry? Okay. Okay.
Hello, we have the question from the general. Can you ask the question? You have raised your hand. You may go ahead, you're unmuted. Okay.
Well, there's nothing coming.
Where can I find it?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you go ahead with the question?
My question is, where can I find the career guidance practitioners tool that you were talking about?
Okay, thank you for the question. Once I'm done with the presentation, I'm going to give you the slide. We have what you call resources, the resources that you can actually do, that you can actually use in terms of that. So towards the end of the presentation, I'm going to give you all the our resources that you can actually use online and otherwise. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
You are welcome. Any other question, or should I proceed? Okay, colleagues, let's get into the second part of this presentation. This part is about the introduction into career theories. Colleagues, there are many theories out there about careers. You have different people coming up with different careers, different theories about careers out there. As I've mentioned when I started, for this workshop, for the purpose of this workshop, we are only going to focus on two career theories that are out there. There's a plethora of theories out there. We cannot go into all of them, but we just chose to dwell into only two of them. So the purpose of this is to familiarize the career practitioner with a variety of career theories out there. Okay. Okay, now we start with personality or traits because all of them, they are talking about personalities or traits. Most of them, they say, in order for you to be successful in a particular career, you need to have a certain personality. So it's personality. So, so our basic assumption is in terms of personality or trait. It says personality or trait/trait has an impact on vocational behavior, career choice, career success, and performance. Right? That's the first assumption to say. I mean, for you to be successful, right? For you to perform maximally, for you to be successful, you need to have a certain personality for a particular career. You don't just choose without looking at your personality. Personality is very important. That's the first assumption. And then the second one is personality predicts many work-related outcomes, job satisfaction, work stress, work engagement. So you cannot, basically they're saying you cannot be satisfied in a particular career field or in a particular job if your career or if your personality is not aligned with the career field that you want to follow, because you're going to be stressful, you're going to be frustrated, you are going to disengage in your career field. So these are the two basic assumptions. Okay, and then for this thing, for this workshop, we have, like I said, two, traditional trade and factor theory. That's number one. We're going to start with the traditional trade and factor. So, as you can see here on the screen, colleagues, we have a square and a circle. So, this theory, basically what they are saying is, the proponent of this theory, what they are saying is, you cannot fit a circle into a square. It's impossible. So, a square needs to go with a square, a circle with a circle. There are no two ways about it. There are no two ways about it. If you are a square, you are a square. If you are a circle, you are a circle. Because if you are a square and then you try to fit into a circle, you're going to be frustrated. You're going to be stressed out. You're not going to be successful. Right? You're not going to perform optimally. So in order for you to excel, in order for you to become successful, you need to fit into a circle if you're a circle, or you need to fit into a square if you are a square. There are no two ways about it. Basically, that's the same. It's simple like that. There are no two ways about it. Okay. So, here, the trade and factor. So, their explanation for trade is an inherited feature or characteristic each person possesses, unique stable pattern of trade that can be measured or tested. Okay? So, they are saying you can measure intelligence, you can measure interest, you can measure aptitude, right? I know I've been there, I've been to interviews, or I've applied for jobs, and then you'll have this test, you know, that you need to write, and then if you pass it, then you're gonna be called for an interview. So I guess they are leaning towards this trade and factor theory. I don't know, colleagues. I don't know if you're leaning towards this, but we'll have a discussion later. So yeah, so they are saying those are the things that you can actually test, right? You have aptitude tests, right? They are testing your intellect. They are testing your interest. They are testing your aptitude, right? Testing basically your personality to see if, as a company, are you going to fit into our company, right? And then factor, it refers to a characteristic that is required for successful job performance. So each job has a unique pattern of traits, characteristic required for successful job performance, right? So all these things, your trades, all these things needs to fit in order for you to be successful in terms of your job performance, right? So this trade and factor theory, it relies heavily on psychometric tests, as I've mentioned. Companies, I know someone who went and wrote a psychometric test, and she failed it. So they said, no, you cannot take it because you failed our test. And it proposes that there is an ideal job for all, right? So everyone out there, as an individual, there's an ideal job for you, right? So the most important thing is you need to have the right trade in order for you to get that job. If you don't have the trade, you're not going to get that job. So your purpose in life, if you're looking for a job, is to find that job that is aligned with your trade. It says it is possible to measure individual talent attributes required in a particular job. I guess it goes back to the psychometric tests, right? All those tests that are out there, because they believe that you can measure individual talents and attributes that are very important in successfully doing your job, successfully performing your job, in order for you to perform optimally. They can measure those things, and rather than they can decide, you know what, no, we don't want you because your personality is not aligned, man. But go and find something, go and look for something. It's not for you. I remember in one of the sessions that I had with the grade 12s, so one of the learners said to me, I want to become a lawyer so much, because I was talking about values and stuff. Said, I want to become a lawyer so much, but I don't like lies, man, because lawyers are liars. I'm a very honest person, so I don't think I'm going to be a good lawyer because, personality, I love law, but, these lawyers are always lying. And I said to him, but who said lawyers are liars, though? No, I know, lawyers are liars. Tell me this. And he was like, tell me this. He was so passionate about it. He said, tell me this. So if someone comes to me and say, I want you to represent me and actually, to be honest, I killed someone. But this person say, please go there and lie and say, no, I did not do it. And I said, but that's not how it works. Even as a lawyer, there are ethics about lawyers to say you lie, it's perjury, and then you can lose your license. So lawyers are not liars. So you need to get more information about. After explaining this to him, to say no, it doesn't work like that because the poor child, the learner was loving this thing, but because of lack of information, he thought, it's not for him. So, yeah, that's what trade and factor theory is basically saying. All right. And then this theory, it was developed by John Holland. And then with John Holland, he has what he called a RACEC. Okay? So this RACEC is an offshoot of the trade and factor theory. It says personality fall into 6 broad categories. Realistic, so this RACEC basically is just it stands for this realistic, investigative, artistic, social, enterprising, and conventional, often referred to as RACEC, right? And then it says, although each individual is made up of all 6 types, one type is usually dominant. So he's saying every one of us, all of us, right? We have this, we are realistic, we have this realistic personality, we are very investigative, we're always seeking answers, we want information, we are artistic. I'm not sure about this one because I do not have an artistic bone within me. I'm not artistic, I'm bad when it comes to being artistic. It's not my thing. They say, we have the social aspect to our personality, we are enterprising, we are conventional. So John Holland, his theory is premised on this. And he says, although each individual is, I think I mentioned this, so he says the closer the match of personality to job, the greater the satisfaction. So if your personality is closely matched to a job, you have more chances of being satisfied in your job and being able to perform maximally. So that's what John Holland is saying. So this realistic, if we to just zoom into individual, realistic, the doers, we call them the doers. They love to build things. They're keen on using tools and equipment. They prefer to work outdoors, often choose to work in product-driven environment with clear lines of authority. Those are the doers. And then you have the thinkers. Those are investigative. They are keen interest in research and problem solving. They tend to employ and develop theoretical methods. They can be bound in independent and unstructured working environment, right? And then we have artistic, the creators, of which I'm not. Like I said, it's not my thing. They engage in conceptualizing or designing things. They enjoy writing, composing, performing, are mostly productive in self-expressive and structured work environment. Right, and then we have the social or the helpers. I think I'm there. I think I fall within there. They are passionate about helping and or encouraging or teaching. Right, they are willing to counsel and guide others. Prefer supportive and collaborative work environments. Yeah, I think I'm there. Guiding and supportive and collaborative. I'm there. That's my thing. Enterprising or the persuaders thrive on debating ideas, like to manage people and projects, like to see products, enjoy fast-paced entrepreneurial work environment. And then the conventional, the organizers. They like organizing information, enjoy writing reports, eager on operating computers, like structured, organized, and practical work environment. So colleagues, I don't know, John Howard say, I mean, you have all of this, but one is more dominant. One is more dominant. I think my dominant one is social. I have a bit of this and that of this, but I'm more, I fall into the social one. In summary, so personality or trait has an impact on vocational behaviors, career choice, career success, and performance. Trait is an inherited feature or characteristics, relies heavily on psychometric tests, proposes that there is an ideal job for all. So this is John Holland. This is the trait and factor theory speaking. It's not me. And then we have the second one, postmodern perspective. So now, postmodern perspective, here they are saying, wait, hang on, wait with your squares and your circles. Just hold it with your squares and circles, right? We don't believe in squares and circles. We have our own thinking about careers and job satisfaction and all of those things, right? And then this is called postmodern perspective, okay? So, postmodern perspective is saying the careers of the 21st century is not measured by a chronological age and life stages, but by continuous learning, right? I think it goes back to what I mentioned about lifelong learning. So they believe in, they are saying, you know what, no measurements here in terms of your age and life stages, but continuous learning. To say, it's fine, you are more than welcome to change your career when you are 55. Right? Or some of them may even say, no, there's no time to retire. Why are you retiring? Invent yourself. Be an entrepreneur. Be, I don't know, a consultant or something. But there's no chronological age because sometimes we believe that you go and do your matric. By matric, you're about 17, 18, and then you go enroll at university for 3-4 years, then you're 22, and then by 26 or 24, I'll be, okay, people always have this, by 23, 24, I'll be having my own house, I'll be working, I'll be doing all of those things. So these ones are saying, no, it's not that easy. There are many ways. Things have changed, things are moving, people are doing things in an unconventional way nowadays. So they believe that both individuals and the labor market have changed radically and are now too fluid for assessment and information variables to remain stable over time. I guess that's why we're talking about fourth industrial revolutions. We're saying careers are changing, things are changing, we live in an era of technology. So invent yourself. Careers are changing. So the labor market, the labor market dictates careers that are now in demand, right? So it's not that as simple. You don't have to be. Even if you are a square, you need to find yourself. Look at the labor market. Look at what's happening, and really invent yourself. It says individuals construct or perceive their own reality or truth, and there is no fixed truth, right? So this is individualistic. It's all up to you, man. It's all up to you. Career development should incorporate all life areas and influences from other life roles, responsibility, and ultimately to a satisfactory quality of life, right? So it talks about a whole lot of things that, there are factors that that needs to come into play in order for you to choose a particular career. You don't just think about circle and the square. You have to think about, you need to think out of the box. You need to think about all other things that influences your decision in terms of the career that you want to follow. So now they are saying these are the factors, postmodern social factors, these are the factors that people need to take into consideration when they choose their careers, right? Available jobs, what's in there? That's why we talk about careers that are in demand, and that's why we have a list of the careers that are in demand and careers that are not in demand. Think about what's there. Do you want to go study for 3-4 years and then come back and sit at home because there are no jobs in the career field that you have chosen? I don't think we want that. Nobody wants that, because people are going to be frustrated. You're going to be frustrated. You're going to hate yourself. You're going to hate your decision. We have to look at the available studies. Whatever that I want to study, do we have it here? Do we have it in South Africa? Where do I find it? Is it that University of Technology, or TVET College? Is that particular career that I want? And I always get this thing from learners. They will say, you know what, I want to become an FBI agent. Where do I go to become an FBI agent? You know, information, I guess, things like that. As a tier in South Africa, I want to be, so as a career practitioner, you need to have information readily to answer those kind of questions, because the worst part is someone comes to you and you are a career practitioner and you don't have any information about a career that a client is interested in. I remember I was in Cape Town. I think it was a year or 2 years back. I was in Cape Town, so it was a big expo. I think it was at Cape Town Convention Center. I was there. You know, kids from different schools, those from townships or from the suburbs, or those who used to call, or they used to be called. What do you call this? Or this multiracial schools. They were there, so I had my stall, so they were moving around stalls, so they came to my stall. There's a group from these multiracial schools, or what they used to be called Model Swiss. They came there, and then I introduced myself. I told them what I do, like I'm a career practitioner, so I know about careers. And then they are there with their tablet and stuff, and then this one boy, I knew, the moment he raised his hand, I knew there's a problem here. I knew that, I'm going to have a problem with this one. He raised his hand, and he has this laptop, a tablet, and he said, you know what, I want to become an aerodynamic engineer. What is an aerodynamic engineer, right? And I could see that this boy is testing me. He wants to see if I know what I'm talking about, because I said I'm a career practitioner. I know about careers. And I explained what aerodynamic engineering is. I even make practical example, and he was like, yeah, okay. But I knew that we have the information is there. He was just testing me. So imagine if I didn't know what aerodynamic engineering is. I don't think they were going to listen to me. They were just going to walk away and say, oh, this guy is full of nonsense. He's here talking about this, but he doesn't know a thing. So, colleagues, it's very important to familiarize yourself with all the careers that are out there, because you'll never know. Someone will come with a career that you're not familiar with, and you can't answer. But as I've said when I started, there's no harm in saying to someone, you know what, I don't know, but I can go and look for that information for you, right? We are available. You can just call us and say, you know what, someone wants this, or you can even refer this client to us. We will assist this learner. Don't just, you know, make things up as you go along. Don't wing it. Do not wing it. That's not your job. Your job is to assist people. You don't make stuff as you go along, right? And then modern social factors. Okay, and then they are talking about parent pressure. I spoke about this, that parents are forcing their kids to choose particular certain careers because of whatever reasons. Experiences, you know someone within your neighbor, within your hood, who's a doctor, and someone say, you know what, I want to become a doctor because I see this guy is a doctor in my area and he's driving this nice car. I want to drive a nice car. Technology, technology plays a big part, especially nowadays within this era. we are in an era of information, right? To get that information, you need technology, you need all of those things. So someone who doesn't have technology, doesn't have access to technology, I mean, somewhere in the rural area, doesn't have Google and stuff, they only know about the conventional careers like doctor, lawyer, nurse, police and stuff, because they don't have access to that. And then you do have resources. Resources, number one, resources, that's money. I didn't have money, so I almost sat at home because of money. Resources, money, it's very important. And be able to get to where you need to get to, universities or institutions of higher learning, are they there within your area? It's one of the factors. You want to study this, but it's not anywhere close by. Maybe it's, say, someone wants to do VET. VET is only offered by UP. You are in somewhere far in Umhlaba Wailengana. I was talking to someone from Umhlaba Wailengana yesterday through police calls. From Hlabawelengan. Okay, I was like, okay, is that a place? Yes, it's a place. So yes, and then from deep rural area in the KZN, Hlabawelengan, and then this one person wants to do VET. So it means you have to uproot yourself, go to Pretoria to do your VET. Peer pressure happens. With the grade 9s, that's where it starts. That's where the problem starts, because your friend wants to do history, and geography and maths lit. They go with that. Or I want to do commerce. They go with this person. They don't know. Maybe this person wants to do commerce because he or she wants to become a chartered accountant. Or this one wants to go to history because, and this is the thing about history, everyone want to do history because they want to become lawyer now, obviously, but you don't need history, it's just a recommended subject. So all those things, peer pressure, I mean, comes in with, also with friendship. I think they go hand in hand. Because your friend wants to become a lawyer, you also want to become a lawyer or a doctor or a dentist, whatever career path that a friend want to follow, they just follow. So this postmortem, they say these are the factors that you need to consider, right? For someone to be successful in a particular career field. These are the most important factors, not just simple like, no, you can measure it. You can just measure you and see if you're going to be successful. No, they say it doesn't work like that. You can keep your squares and your circles, keep it, but these are the most important things. Talks about different context, okay? It has individual factors, it has social context, it has environmental context. Individual factors talk about self-concept, health, values, gender. I think with this thing of value, I think I made an example about that learner who wanted to become a lawyer, but with his values, he said, no, I hate lies. I hate lies, so I'm not going to become that. And then gender, it also plays roles because there are those careers that used to be conceived as this is a man's job. And I think some women even still suffer, especially those who work in mines where they still find discrimination and all of those things. Interest, skills, age, belief, aptitude, physical attributes, world of work. These are individual factors, and then you look at the social context, family, peers, community groups, media, socio-economic status. Especially with media, I think it plays a big role in terms of people choosing certain career. Someone was saying to me recently, this person, learned, educated with engineering qualification. She was saying to me, you know what? This work thing, it doesn't work for me. You know, I'm an engineer and all of that, but it doesn't work for me. I want to become an influencer. No, I'm tired. People with metrics are making a whole lot of money there. I want to become an influencer. And I said, what's an influencer? said, no, you don't see them on Instagram. They're always on Instagram. You know, they have followers. They have a whole lot of followers. Someone who just wake up and video and then likes and they get sponsorship and stuff like that. So, yeah, media also play a role in that way. Or, yeah, if a certain career, like now they are talking about 4IR TV and stuff, so people are starting to pay attention to this fourth industrial revolution thing. And then environmental context, we talk about political decisions. You know, I remember back then, politically it was decided that no, we don't need teachers. We're closing these teachers' colleges. We're closing them. Don't need them, right? And then now we need teachers because of political decisions. Education institutions, I mentioned that to say, do you have a college around you nearby? Because it's always easy to say, no, you can go to university, you can go to college, you can go to University of Technology, but you need to put this thing into your head. You need to put it into context to say, I mean, where you're staying, do you have, is there a college? Right? Is there university? Is there all of those things? So when you give career guidance, we need to think about all of those things. Geographical location, employment market, workplace, globalization, historical trends. These are the things that you need to really think about when you choose, when you decide to say maybe when you choose a career, to say you need to put them into context. You need to think about it. You need to think about the resources. You need to think about the workplace, the market, all of those things, the world of work. You know, all of those things needs to come into play. Group activity. We're not gonna do this one because we press for time. And then these are the important things to consider if you think about trade and factor or postmodern. Careers are not chosen but constructed. No, actually, with the postmodern, they are saying careers are not chosen but constructed over time. You build your careers as you go. Look at other things. Careers are built out throughout life, through the series of choices about learning and work. So those are the important things to consider when you think about the postmodern theory. Okay, colleagues, I think I need to skip some of this thing in the interest of time. Let me go into the facilitation process. Let me jump into it, I think, because this is the most important part. Because remember, colleagues, I said, it's one thing for me to stand here and talk about giving career guidance. Someone comes to you and he or she wants this particular career, or I'm not sure about the career that I want to follow. But if you don't have the practical tools, if you don't know how to do it practically, you are going to struggle. So this session, it is just introducing colleagues to how the house of giving an effective career guidance or career information. Okay, and then this model, it was introduced by a guy called Garrett Egan. Okay, this Garrett Egan guy, he's the one who came up with this skilled helper model. Okay, so according to Garrett, he says this helper model has 3 stages. Okay, it has 3 stages. Number 1, it is a current situation. Number 2, preferred scenario, and then number 3, action plan. Okay, so we're just gonna go into the stages one by one. Gonna zoom into each and every stage now. Okay, stage number 1, the current situation. Okay. This bullet number 1 is very important, colleague. It's very important. I always say this is where you make it or break it. Okay. This is where you make it or break it. You can have all the information in the world. You can be as you can try to be as helpful as you want to be. But if you don't master this first stage, then it's just going to go downhill from there. Number 1, purpose is to build a non-threatening advising relationship environment. Some people call it building a rapport, right? You need to build a rapport. You cannot, for the life of me, you can not expect me to listen to you when just from the beginning you did not build a rapport, right? You need to build. I cannot come to you and then I get there, I find someone with a sour face, you look angry, man. You look angry, you look like you're just about to beat someone. I'm not going to be able to express myself. I'm not going to be able to tell you my problems or my issues if I don't feel like this person is friendly enough towards me. If I don't feel like this person is willing to help me. So if you mess this one up, I can tell you it's not gonna fly, right? I've been, I think we've all been in that situation whereby you go to someone, you need help from someone, whether in the office or just somewhere in public, and then this person looks like, he or she's just about to beat you. You're not going to be able to ask your questions. You're not going to be able to seek information the way you'd want to. So the most important thing is to build that non-threatening advice and relationship. You need to build a rapport with the client. If you can do this, then from there the session is just going to flow, right? You need to be able to help that client explore, analyze, and understand their current situation, right? You need to focus on chosen issues, right? Because sometimes we tend to talk about things that are irrelevant. You need to zoom in and talk about things that are really important, things that brought this person to you. Okay. So the story, what's going on? When someone comes to you and tell you about whatever their issue is, zone in, trying to find out what is going on here, what is the issue, what is the problem here, right? You need to uncover blind spot. What is it really going on? Because there's always a story behind the story. Someone can come to you and say, you know what, I'm not focused. I'm failing. I'm failing, right? And you might ask yourself, why are you failing? This person might just give you like a fickle story, and only to find out that, okay, this is what happened to me, and I still feel bad about it up to this day. So I was in the Free State. I was in Bloemfontein. It was a school visit. So I was in a class with these learners, and then they are grade 12, and then now we are talking about their grade 11 results, to say you'll need your grade 11 results to apply to university. I hope your grade 11 results are really good, right? And then I said to them, who can say with his or her chest out to say, you know what, my grade 11 results are really good. Just raise your hand. They raised their hand, some raised their hand, and there was a lady sitting in front of me. And I said to her, why are you not raising your hand? What happened? Why is your matric result not good? And she said to me, okay, remember now I'm in Bloemfontein, so Bloemfontein, they speak Sesotho, so I speak Tswana, And then there are those words similar, but the meaning is totally different. So you will get lost in translation. And then she responded in Sesotho. She said to me, I didn't do well in grade 11 because ke be ke lapile, you know, ke be ke lapile. That's why I didn't do well grade 11. And my Tswana ear thought lapile means tired, right? And my response was to her was, I mean, if you know lapile, why not say kutsi, right? So what it means is, if you are tired, why couldn't you rest and continue studying? And she looked at me funny, like, and she said to me, and now she responded in English, she said to me, how can I sleep? How can I rest? How can I rest when I'm hungry? Right? So she was saying to me, I couldn't do well because I was hungry. Right? Okay, now I see the problem now. Okay, she was saying something, I heard something else. And for her, she thought I was being heartless, I was being funny towards her. Right? Then I realized, oh, you know what, I think I messed this up. And then from there, she was angry. I could see that, I mean, she was physically angry. She was angry because she thought I was being insensitive, right? And after the session, I went to her and I apologized. I said, okay, sorry, I apologize. You said you were hungry, and then what's happening? And she said, I mean, I'm from a child-headed household. I'm a breadwinner. So that's why I was hustling for my siblings, right? Now, imagine now, for me, to her, she thought I was just downplaying this thing, but she was having some serious social problems. So that's why you need to be cognizant of that. You need to be careful of that. You need to zoom in to see someone is telling you this, but just know that, I mean, there might be something behind what this person is telling you. Right? Leverage or focusing or prioritizing. What of all of this is the most important? You need to prioritize. Otherwise, you're going to talk up until, and up until, you know what, you can't talk anymore, up until you turn blue. So you need to focus on the most important thing. Because remember, you'll have other people that you need to assist. So you cannot just focus on one person. You need to focus on the most important thing. Otherwise, you're just going to talk in circles. And then you need to have, like, the question that you need to ask, okay? These colleagues are just guidelines, right, to help you in terms of uncovering or in terms of letting the person talk or get the conversation flowing. These are the questions. How did you feel about that, right? Now you are inviting open-ended questions. You want this person to express his or herself, you know. What were you thinking, right, about whatever situation that you're coming with? Remember, colleagues, you're here to guide, right? So don't get tempted in having this Messiah complex whereby you want to solve everything. You need to let your client solve their own problems. You need to guide them to become more self-reliant, for them to be able to sort out their own problem. Because after talking to you, after you help them, I mean, they are going out there, so they need to develop their own way of solving their own problems. So you cannot just babysit the person. You need to empower them. It's in a way empowering them. And then what else is there about that? These are the questions that you need to ask. So here you need to help that client get a clearer picture of the self and help them to identify opportunities. Help them identify opportunities. You don't find the opportunities for them. You don't identify opportunities for them, right? That was the stage one, and then we move into stage two. Okay, here on stage two, the preferred scenario, right? Number one, help that client open up. Right? That's how you do it. You do it by asking open-ended questions, right? You do it by being, by that rapport, being nice, in a way, or for the lack of better word, be nice to the person, be there for this person, let this person feel like, I mean, he or she's in a safe space, you know. Help that client to have a picture of what they really want, right? Visualize how things could be done. So here, now you move from stage one. Now you're talking about going forward, the future. What is it that this person wants? Where does this person want to be? Or how this person needs to get to where they need to get to. And then here, you talk about possibilities. Ideally, what do I want instead? Right? Change. What is it that you're willing to change? What is it that you need to do to attain your goals? Right? We talk about SMART goals. Your goals need to be specific. They need to be measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. You need to talk about those things. Commitment, check if goals are right, check cost and benefits. Because like I said, colleagues, you cannot say to someone, look, you can become whatever you want to become, right? You cannot just say you cannot become whatever you want to become without giving this person tangible things, without giving them information, right? Again, I remember I think it was in Rustenburg, and then we were in a big hall, so I asked this learners to say, guys, do you know what you want to become? And some of them say, yes, I know what I want to become, right? And then I pointed to this boy who was sitting just in the middle. I said to him, yeah, I saw you raised your hand, and I said, you said it with passion, yes, you know what you want to become. I said, what is it that you want to become? And this boy said, you know what, I want to become a president of America, right? I want to be like Obama. And the whole hall, they laughed so hard. They laughed, you know, because they thought he was crazy. And I said to them, no, why are you laughing? Because it's his dream, and that's what he wants to become. Why are you laughing? Why are you diminishing his dream? Why are you trying to make him feel like he's stupid to want to become president of America, right? One could have said, no, it's not possible. No, you don't do that. Your job basically is not to kill people's dreams, right? Is to, if you know that, what you need to do is give this person information, right? Give this person all the information that is available, so that this person can decide for him or herself to say, you know what, actually it's not possible. Right. So for you, that's not your responsibility. Your responsibility is to give information so that your client can make an informed decision. You're not supposed to be their dream killers, even if deep down in your heart you feel like, no, it's not attainable. Give them information so that they can decide, so that they can make that decision to say, this is possible or it's not possible. Right. So you need to check those things. Check the benefit, check the cost, because it's easy to say, no, you can go to university and do that, but what are the inherent costs to do that, right? What are the benefits? To say, okay, if you go to university, or if you do this, talk about the benefit. What are you going to benefit from this? And in order for you to attain this, what is it that it's going to cost you? Cost could be money, could be time, could be energy, all of those things. Needs to be there. You need to put it out there so that this person can say, you know what, I'm willing to do this no matter the cost. And then, yes, in here, these are the questions that you need to ask, right? What do you really want instead, right? What will be happening? If you want to do this, what is it that will be doing? What will be happening? What would you be doing, thinking, and feeling? What do you have that you don't have now? Now you talk about benefits. If you want to do this, these are the things that you will have. If you are committed to this, if you're committing yourself to this, if you're setting these goals and you're really committed, what is it that you'll have that you don't have now? right? And then what are you willing to do to attain whatever you want to do? Because a lot of people are dreamers. I mean, I want to become this, I want to do this, but they're not willing to put in the work. So this person will be committed to whatever that he or she wants to become. The task entails helping that client to brainstorm possibilities. Yes, you sit with the client, you brainstorm, you talk about realistic things. Okay, stage 3, action strategies, right? Here, the purpose is to help the client to develop action plans for accomplishing the goal. Yeah, you cannot just talk and talk and talk without action plan. You need to put plans and strategies into place so that this person can actually achieve whatever he or she intend achieving. Here you help that client to focus on workable strategies. Emphasis lies on summarizing, agreeing on the action plan. You and the client, you need to agree to say, remember you are brainstorming, you're talking about a whole lot of things, and then what one needs to do to achieve there, and then talk about plans, the action strategies, and all of those things. Possible action, how many ways are there? Colleagues, you need to think about, you don't need to be one-dimensional. Think about other ways. For example, I always get this thing to say, you know, I want to go to university. I want whatever degree, but I passed with high certificate, right? You don't say to someone, no, you cannot become this. You should be able to say, okay, with high certificate, these are the steps that you can actually take to get there. You'll get there. It might take longer, but you'll get there. You need to know those things to say. There are many ways. There are many ways to skin a cat. No, not literally. I'll be killed by cat lovers. Not literally. How many ways are there actually? And then you need to think about best fit strategy, what will work for me, because you can't be a one-trick pony, colleagues. You need to, because people are different, right? People are different. You need to have different strategies for different people. You don't have one size fits all. People come to you with different personality, with different issues, so you need to apply the best strategy for that particular individual. It has to be fit for purpose. Don't just throw blanket stuff. You need to think about that. Plan what's next and when. It goes back to setting goals, setting those goals to when are you going to do this? What's next? What immediately? What are you going to do immediately? And when are you going to do it? When? This talks to action strategies. And then here you do have questions that you need to ask. Each and every step, I mean, you need to have questions to ask. What are the possible way forward in the situation? How many different ways are there for you to do this? Who and what might help? Here, colleagues, you need to empower yourself in terms of what do you call this? Networking. You need to know people that you can refer someone to, right? You need to know that you're a human being. You have your limitations. You know, someone will come to you with issues or situations or problems that are just beyond or above your pay grade. So you need to be able to refer. If you are not a social worker, don't deal with issues that need a social worker. Otherwise, you will open yourself to litigations. Someone might just sue you to say, I mean, you misguided me, or you did things that you are not supposed to do that are not within your scope. If you feel like, I mean, this is not in your periphery, please refer a client to the right people. If you feel like, I mean, this is beyond you, refer a client to us. We are available. We can assist. We also, even with the career specialists and things like that, we have our own shortcomings. We do refer people to the right people because we know that we are not perfect. We have our own shortcomings. But the most important thing is please get the basics right. Have basic information. That will. I think it's this workshop. It's for that purpose, to have like a basic career guidance, and then knowing when to refer, how to refer, and stuff like that. And what People Places ID organization could help. I just spoke about this. What will you do first, and by when? And then career advisor help choose action that best suit the client. Like I said, it's not one size fits all. And then there are important things that you need to consider, colleagues. In order for you to be able to give an effective career guidance or career information, these are the most important things that you need to consider in order for your session to be successful. Right? Exploration, you need to explore. You need to think out of the box. You need to think about other possibilities. Explore as much as you can. Don't just be one-dimensional. Creativity, be creative in terms of your thinking, in terms of your strategies. Challenging. Colleagues, it can be really challenging because we are people, we have our own different challenges, issues, and personalities, because you might find someone who comes to you, but the person comes to you, but this person is quiet. They don't want to talk. I'm sure you find yourself in that situation whereby, you feel like you need to drag words out of this person. But I mean, that's how the person is. The person is shy, is reserved, is very quiet. And how do you go about it? How do you get into this person? Because you need to understand the issues. But this person comes to you, but he or she is not good at expressing him or herself about whatever issues or challenges that they are having. Right? What do you do? How do you go about it, colleagues? For me, in that situation, I depending with the guy, I'm going to be a bit gender biased here, but it works for me. If it's a guy, if it's a guy, I mean, guys, they love their sport, they love soccer. So I can talk about soccer, because when someone, or I'll say, what sports do you love? Soccer, cricket, rugby, whatever. And then if say soccer, say, okay, what team do you like? What team do you fan? And then maybe we'll say, Pirates, for example, right? And then we'll start talking about, maybe I'll just trash talk Pirates, say, come on, Pirates, really now? Pirates is useless, man. Well, why not Chiefs? Because, Chiefs is playing CAF, something. And then this person, because that's his love. Because when you love something, you talk about that thing with passion. You open up, and then I always see that they start opening up, and then they want to engage. So because now this person will feel like, oh no, this person. We are on the same level. We talk the same language. He loves soccer. I love soccer. We have something in common. So a person will start, communicating and expressing himself, opening up. If it's a woman, normally, like I said, colleagues, you have to forgive me here, gender bias. Some women, they love their soapies, they watch soapy from 6 up until 10 o'clock, Talk about those things, those soapies, the Kardashians and stuff like that. So you need to have an open mind. You need to open your mind. And then once you start talking about things that they love, they start opening up and engaging and becoming themselves. So that's my strategy. That's the strategy that I use to get someone to open up. Right? Reality testing and selecting, focusing, you need to focus. Moving forward, you need to move forward. You need to get on with the program. You need to get moving. Otherwise, you'll be stuck. You'll have this person coming over and over and over. The idea is to help this person so that you can help the next person. You need to create an unthreatening environment. Listen actively, because it's important. It goes back to building a rapport, because I cannot be talking to you I'm here, I'm pouring my heart out, and when you're busy with your phone, you are on your WhatsApp, you're on your Twitter, your Facebook, you're not showing me any sign. I mean, colleagues, everywhere it's a universal rule. You need to see, in order for you to open up, you need to see that, I mean, this person is listening actively. You need to show interest in whatever this person is saying, right? In that way, the person will be able to open up. But if you're doing your own things and you are actually paying attention to whatever he or she is saying, that's very important. You need to paraphrase because it shows that you are interested. It shows that you are paying attention. You need to be empathic, right? Show that, I mean, you understand. Show that you feel this person, what this person is saying. Cannot be just stone cold, right? Cannot be stone cold, because if you stone cold, this person will feel like, I mean, maybe I'm weird because this person doesn't understand what I'm saying. Maybe whatever I'm feeling, it's unheard of. It's just weird. So you need to be. Don't be a wall. Don't be stone cold. Reflections, I think we'll take these things at the back end because I'm chasing this time. We are behind, colleagues. We'll have a session whereby we'll take as much questions as possible. Career guidance platforms. Yeah, we can just maybe touch a bit on this. Because it ties back to facilitation model. There are different platforms that we can actually give career guidance. We have one-on-one, we have information sessions, and we have exhibitions. Okay, so with one-on-one, you need to be. I mentioned this. You need to be in a place whereby you don't have a lot of distractions, right? Quiet place. Whereby there are no distractions. You don't have people going up and down because the person that you're dealing with might lose their train of thought or not be able to open up because they feel like, I mean, this is a one-on-one, and then the person next to you or who's passing will hear my problems. So that person won't be able to open up. You need to have those open-ended questions, right? Ask questions. You need to show empathy, show that you understand, These are the skills. You need to paraphrase. You need to read non-verbal communication because non-verbal communication is important, right? You always think that, I mean, I can say something that I don't mean, right? I can say something that I don't mean. But if you pay attention to my body language, right? Look at those non-verbal cues. You'll be able to get the information that you need, right? You need to be present and attentive to that client, right? Don't zoom out. Don't think about your own things. When I'm with you and I'm talking about my problems, and then you zoomed out, you can see that, look, this person is not really paying attention, thinking about their own things. You need to be there. I need to feel like you're there. I need to feel like I'm important to you. I need to feel like whatever I'm saying, it's important to you, right? So sometimes you might find yourself in a situation whereby you have to give information session, okay? You have a group, that's what you normally do. You might have a group, maybe you are an educator, or you are in a class, and then it's information session, maybe you talk about careers and things like that, okay? These are the skills that you need. You need to prepare your presentation in advance, anticipate frequently asked questions, and how to answer them. Be audible enough, because if you're not audible, I'm going to lose you. I'm going to pay attention on other things. Be audible, be heard. Engage with learners, ask questions. Don't just give information. You must also ask them questions. You need to prioritize critical information, right? And then you need to focus on attentive learners. this is what I believe, especially with career expos, because with career expos, yes, they are important, but they have their own limitations, okay? You might find that a group of learners, they come to you, they are there. Especially with us, you'll find that especially when you go to career expos, you have like your freebies, you have your bags, you have all of these things. They come there, you're only focusing on the freebies. But you have those that are really paying attention, that they really don't care about this thing, that are paying attention. So you need to pay attention to those. I always pay attention to those who are really pay attention, because I always believe in 10%. That, I mean, if there are 100 and then only 10 of them heard me, 90% were not listening, I think that's important. Even in a class situation, I always know that when I go into a class, I'll have those, we have class lounge, you know, they are just there, you know, to kill time. They are just there, they are clowns. They are just there to distract. So we need to pay attention to those who really want to listen, focus on them, and then maybe those that are not paying attention, they will realize that, you know what, this is important, and they will pay attention. And then as a career practitioner, if you find yourself at career expos, like I said, you need to prepare key messages, because sometimes you find that you see a group of learners for 5 minutes. So it's important that you prepare key messages, talk about your organization, service rendered, contact details, attend to learners who show interest, encourage them to contact your organization or visit website, prioritize information. Most important. And then we're going to touch on the post-school education and training. Colleagues, you need to know this information, because like I've mentioned before, if you don't know this PSET and you want to give career information, career guidance, how are you going to give learners information, or a client who wants information, who wants to go further, to study further, who takes the traditional, route. Grade 12, I want to go to university, I want to go to University of Technology, I want to go to a TVET college. You need to know the PSET so that you can guide better, you can refer better. So this section will be touching on that. Okay, the options that we have in South Africa, colleagues, we have the academic route, whereby someone with a grade 12, with your good grade 11 result, you can study at a university or University of Technology. That's the normal one, that's the usual one, or the popular one. Everyone, like I said, when I started going to a class, everyone wants to go to university. Know about that, know about the universities that are here, that are available here, know about University of Technology. Know about University of Technology. Have about 26 universities, 20 universities and 6 University of Technology. Know about that and try as much as possible to know what is it that they offer, right? Because with medicine, for example, not all universities offer us medicine. So someone will come to you and say, I want to do medicine. If you don't know, you'll refer a learner maybe or a client to UJ. UJ doesn't offer medicine. So you are giving half information. Actually, it's not even half information. It's inaccurate information. You need to know about them. Know about vocational route, right? To say someone, especially now, I was talking to someone who was saying her child is struggling with grade 9, stuck grade 9, but he's good with his hands, he fixes stuff and things like that. Because even with me, I have a cousin and my nephew, right? So my cousin, he's you would say he's someone who's very artistic. He loves fixing stuff and all of that. He loves that. He's not academically gifted, right? You need to know those differences. Not academically gifted, but he knows how to fix stuff, right? And my nephew, smart, he's academic, he's doing well. He was doing, actually, this is what happened. It happened. I was doing maths and science, did well, and at home, they were favoring my nephew because they thought he was smart. Smart, and he's gonna become something, right? And then my cousin, they thought, nah, this one, dom. Yeah. And then guess what's happening now? So my nephew came and stayed with me. He said he wanted to do pharmacy, right? But he could not meet his grade 11 result. He was playing, so he wanted to do pharmacy, but he could not. He was not meeting the requirements. So I advised him, I sat with him down and said, you know what, because you're not meeting the requirements, these are your options. You can go to a TVET college, find something there. I explain all the engineering programs they are offering, and then he settled for mechanical. Right? He settled for mechanical. Believe in me, this guy, he failed decimally. N1, he failed. Repeated N2, he failed. Twice. N3, he failed. 3 years. Now, he gave up. He literally gave up. Now, my cousin, he focused on whatever he wanted to do. He went, he did his certificates, and then now he's working as an artisan, right? Now my nephew is still sitting at home. The one they thought, it's just going to fly. It's just going to become a pharmacist and stuff. Now, I can see the focus has shifted now. Now, they like my cousin more because he's doing well. He's an artisan, right? Because he knew what he wanted. He knew. He would tell me straight to say, I want to become a boiler maker, right? Please help me. Give him money to become whatever he wanted to become. And he's doing well. This one who they thought he was mad, he's sitting at home and already now they are losing patience with him, right? So you need to know about this thing to say, okay, with grade 9, what is it that you can do? You can go to a TVET college and enroll for NCVs. Or someone can go to a TVET college and enroll for NATED. Know the difference between the NCVs and the NATED, so that when you give career guidance, you know what you're talking about. It's very important, colleagues. And then there's a learnership route. We have MICT SETA here. They are responsible for learnership. They are those people who are interested in learnership. Yesterday, I was talking to this guy who's from Umhlaba, and I said to him, he said, please call. I called and said, how can I assist you? He said, no, he's interested in learnerships. No, he said internships. I said, okay, internship, yes. And I said to him, do you have a qualification? No, he said, no, I only have matric. And I said, but you're looking for internship. Internship is for someone with a qualification, right? And he said, okay, learnership then. Then you can see that this person doesn't know the difference, right? Learnership then, okay, in what? No, whatever learnership that's available, I'll take it. And I said to no, you cannot do that, right? Learnerships are there for a reason, right? Because you'll find, especially with NEET youth, you'll find someone with 5 different learnerships, right? Have the agriculture, and then you have the bank SETA, you have another wholesale and retail, 5 different learnerships. Right? And you ask yourself, what's happening here? What is it that you want to become? Because you need to understand the purpose of this learnership. You find maybe a learnership with NQF level 4 or 5. There's a qualification. You can take this qualification and go and articulate with it. So I was saying to him, what is it that you want? Said, no, I wanted to go to university or TVET to do marketing. Then I said, why not look for a learnership that is aligned with marketing? Right? Because now it shows that, you know what is it that you want to come. Cannot say anything that's no main. No. I said, no. Don't come with no main with me. Just decide what is it that you want to become and then look for those learnerships in that particular space, because you cannot just go in for stipends. Because the idea is for you to upskill yourself to become something at the end of the day. But if you're just collecting stipends and learnerships and have a whole lot of things, for me, I said for me, it doesn't work. So, colleagues, you need to know about all these 21 SETAs. You need to know what is it that they offer. You need to know about the learnership that they offer, the NQF and stuff like that. So that if someone comes to you and say, I want to enroll for a learnership, I mean, there are learnerships, I mean, even NESI 4-year learnerships, there, I mean, FACET, I mean, they offer learnerships for those who want to become CAs. You need to know about all of this thing, because the most important thing to offer an effective career guidance is when you arm yourself with information. Information is key, colleagues. And then there's an apprenticeship route for those who did their NATED. For those who did their NATED, you need to understand what is an apprenticeship. Basically, apprenticeship is for those who've done their N2 or N3, and then they apply for a practical, what you call apprenticeship, and then 2 to 3 years work experience. They go and write their trade test, and then once they pass their trade test, whatever trade that they're interested in, and then they become artisans. Because what I also noticed is people don't know about artisanship. People are just interested in their degrees and then their diplomas. They don't know about all of those things. So you need to have this information, right? And then this is our post-school education training system. You have our TVET colleges where learners can go, or someone can go and do their NATED or their NCV. And then we have the SETAs who are offering learnerships. We do have training providers. We do have especially training providers for skills related things. And then we do have universities with their degrees and diplomas. We do have community colleges. We do have community colleges, and then we do have private higher education. This private higher education is in red, colleagues, for very good reasons. We put it in red because every year, especially our TVET branch, they go into all over the country to shut down this, they call it fly-by-night colleges. People, they go register there only to find out that the college that they registered at is neither registered or accredited, right? And they are mushroom every year. They are mushrooming. They are everywhere. You go there, you don't check with us. You go register. They say come Monday. Come Monday. When you get there, it's office to let. They took your money and then they left, right? Or you go there, you spend all your money, and then later, once you graduate, you get your qualification, you look for employment, and then you apply, you meet the qualification, you meet the requirement, they call you for an interview, or not even call you for an interview, they check your qualification with SAQA, South African Qualifications Authority. They say to them, no, we don't recognize this thing, we don't know that college, they are not registered, they are not accredited, so you never get any job opportunity. So we always advise the grade 12 or anyone who wants to register with the TVET, with the private institutions, private higher education system, education, to say to them, number one, you need to check if the institution is registered. Right, because they might be registered, yes, they might be registered, and only to find out that the course that they are offering is not accredited, because some of them, they just circumvent the process, because accreditation, you need to apply for it, it's a process. So what they do is they register, and then they give you this thing, they tell you that, no, you're registered. Even they go as far as going to their website or going to SAQA website, steal the SAQA ID, they put it there and pretend that it's theirs. They put it there on their pamphlet, you see SAQA ID, okay, no, they are registered. Only to find out, you can just go into the SAQA ID website, you can steal the ID, SAQA ID number, you put it there and pretend that it's yours. So it is important that people check if the institution is registered and it's accredited to offer a qualification. So what are these institutions offering? Universities, they offer, it's an academic institution offering theoretically inclined qualifications. So those who are, because we have those people who are theoretically inclined, they can go take their university route because it's most theory. And then they offer diploma degrees or postgraduate. University of Technology, academic institution with more practical education and vocational qualification. They have national diploma and big tech. I think this big tech, it's been phased out now. And then you have comprehensive universities, university like your UJ, whereby they offer degrees and their diplomas. Those are universities that were integrated with former technicons. They offer diplomas, bachelor's, postgraduate qualifications, and then we have the TVET space where occupational focused programs linked to business, industry, and trades. And they have training colleges, nursing, agriculture, hotel school, etc. That they offer their NCV native program and then the skills program. And then with this NCV, I can't remember when, this person I called, I was talking to him, he said to me, he's sitting at home, he's looking for employment, and then I said to him, when did you do your matric? He said, last year. I said, then why did you not go study further? He said, no, I wanted to do, I think business management or something, but his maths lit was not good, so they said he should do the NCVs. And he said, I felt like, no, I cannot do NCVs because, I'll be wasting my time because NCV is just the same as grade 12. I'll be same as someone who did grade 12. I said, what is it that you wanted to do? And then he said he wanted to do marketing. And I said to him, okay, in grade 12, do they have marketing? He said no. Then I said, how is it the same? How is it the same? I said, equivalency doesn't mean the same. Yes, on the NQF, it's equivalent. Grade 12, NCV level 4, it's equivalent to grade 12, but they are not the same because someone with NCV level 4, you did your 3 years theory and practical, right? So with your grade 12, you were there just doing your theory, so it's not the same. So you need to differentiate that. If you went there, did your thing, your NCV level 4, you are ready for employment. That's why it's called National Certificate Vocation. It means you are ready for a workplace. You are trained, you are skilled enough to be placed in a workplace. But with the grade 12, no, you're not ready for anything. That's when he started to, now I see. I said, yeah, it's a pity you didn't ask. It's a pity you only send a please call now. But I said it's not too late. Can go and do your NCV and get your qualification instead of sitting at home doing absolutely nothing. And then we have the NQF, National Qualifications Framework, because even with this one, people are always struggling. They don't understand. Even people with qualifications, because someone would say, what? I have this, and then especially those who want to, especially who are already in the workplace, and then they want promotion, right? They want promotion. They always get stuck with this thing of equivalence, right? You'll find that maybe you have a qualification, maybe you have a degree, but you're not sure what is equivalent to, right? And then you feel like, say you have a diploma, an advanced diploma, right? You have an advanced diploma, and then on the job advert, they say a degree or equivalence. And then you think, no, I don't qualify because I do not have a degree. But you have an equivalence to a degree, right? You have an advanced diploma. They are both at NQF level 7. And then you don't apply because you don't know where you fit in. So we have what you call National Qualifications Framework, colleagues. This NQF, in short, it's NQF, especially with job advert, they always say NQF level 7. They don't say degree, NQF level 6 or NQF level 7, right? Or NQF level 8. So this is just a system to place your qualification, right? It's from NQF level 1 up until NQF level 10. So you need to know where you are placed in terms of the hierarchy of the qualifications, right? NQF level 1, you're talking about your grade 9, 2, grade 10, 3, grade 11, 4, matric, and then NQF level 5, you have your higher certificate. NQF level 6, it's your diploma or advanced certificate. NQF level 7, it's your bachelor's degree or advanced diploma. 8, your bachelor honors degree or postgraduate diploma, or your bachelor's degree. You're talking about professional degrees like your law, LLB, it's a 4-year, or your pharmacy, it's a 4-year. And then you have your master's at NQF level 9, and then NQF level 10, we do have your PhD, right? And on this right section, it's all about those are the occupational qualification. We have 1 up until NQF level 8. So this is important, colleagues, because it helps in terms of articulation as well. Because we always get this thing, it's a problem, it's a serious problem. You have someone with NCV level 4, right? Now they want to apply at university, and some universities are saying, no, we cannot take you with your NCV level 4. It's not. You don't recognize it, right? Because they just know NCV, they don't know what an NCV is. It's a new thing they don't know. Or someone with a higher certificate at NQF level 5, they don't know that they can articulate. So it assists people in terms of articulating. They say, if I have this, this is my next step, right? If I have like your diploma, advanced certificate, your next step is your degree, right? Things like that. So it was developed for this purpose, for articulation and to like place your qualification in the framework. You need to know where your qualification is it's placed. Colleagues, I'm going to skip this one because I'm pretty sure you are familiar with this. And then we have financial aid. You need to know about this, colleagues, because when I spoke about that postmodern theory, you spoke about resources. So you need to know what the financial aids that are out there, right? You need to know about the bursaries, so that when you say, no, you want to become an educator, for example, you have like your Funza Lushaka there, you want to become this, we have this and this and that. So because you cannot say to someone, just go to a university or University of Technology or TVET college without factoring in the issue of funding, because money talks. I mean, money. The universities, all these things are expensive. A lot of people, spoke about unemployment. You know our socio-economic issues in South Africa. A lot of parents cannot afford fees, so you need to give people information on the bursaries that are available. All the bursaries that are available, you can go into our website. We try to update them as often as possible. So we do have NSFAS. NSFAS is from our department, Department of Higher Education and Training. Every year there's a problem with this NSFAS. And then, don't want to go into political space. And then we have Funza Lushaka, bursary for those who want to become educators. And then we do have study loans, scholarship, and then for further information, there's our website that you can use to familiarize yourself with them. Funding opportunities that are available. And then who qualifies, especially for NSFAS, South African citizen, number 1. And then you need to, at home, an annual combined household that does not exceed 350,000 per annum, right? That's the threshold. But we have what you call a missing middle. So missing middle are those, maybe the household income is over 350,000, right? But you can genuinely not afford, because maybe you have responsibility, the parents have a responsibility to have kids go in there and then, but you cannot. You have to show that, yes, it's more than 350,000, but I cannot afford. It's missing middle, between 350,000 and 600,000. Right? Because people always say 350,000. Oh, I cannot afford. But we have that leverage between 350,000 and 600,000. SASA grant recipient. You are registered for the first time for an undergraduate qualification, and at public university or you are registered at a TVET college, it's important to note that NSFAS is only for public institutions, all the 26 universities and the 50 plus TVET colleges. Only caters for that, and then for undergraduate, NSFAS doesn't fund for postgrad, right? But if you're doing your professional degree, like your 4-year degree, it can fund you. But if you're doing your undergraduate degree 3 years, and then you want to do your honors, we're not funding you, just funding undergrad, and then those who are doing professional degree. And it is important to note that you apply once you apply, and then you meet all the requirements, and then you are accepted, you started being funded. You don't have to apply every year. So you apply once. If it's a 3-year degree, NSFAS is going to fund you for the 3 years without having to reapply. Right? If you're doing your 4-year degree, you're going to be funded for 4 years without having to reapply for that. So it is important that you tell whoever you're telling your client to say, if you get funded, please make sure that you pass every year. Because if you fail, because what NSFAS do is, if say for example your 3-year degree, you will need 250,000. They budget 250,000 for you already. So if you fail now, you're messing with the budget. So for the year that you fail, you need to go and find money to fund yourself. So it's always easy. They made it easy, especially if you're not going to fail. You apply once, you're going to be funded for the rest of your 3 years or 4 years or whatever duration of your qualification. I think that's very important. And then you qualify if you are applying to study at a public university or TVET colleges. Like I said, you are an already registered university student with an annual household income of less than 122 per year. You have passed your grade 9, 10, and 10 to receive NSFAS funding to study at a TVET college. You have passed your grade 12 to receive funding to study at the university. And then who doesn't qualify? Students that have completed their previous qualification, like I said. If you have your undergrad, you want to study further, you're not going to get funded. Student with combined household income of more than 350,000 per annum. I mentioned the missing middle, that if your household income is more than 350,000, between 350,000 and 600,000, you fall under missing middle, but you need to motivate. Students who have already applied, qualified, and received funding, they are automatically funded for the duration of their study, provided they pass their modules and meet their academic record. I mentioned this, academic requirements, I mentioned this. Foreign student, any student who is not a South African citizen, you will not qualify. What does it cover? Applications opening in April, ending end of November every year. Registration fee, book allowance, subsidized accommodation, subsidized meal allowance, prescribed learning material. For further information, this is a general statement, colleagues. I mean, it's case by case, so you can just check with NSFAS. And then Funza Lushaka, like I said, it's there to promote teaching as a profession. Bursary is available to enable selected students to complete a teaching qualification in identified areas of priority. Recipients will be required to teach at a public school for the same number of years that they receive the bursary. So because B.Ed is 4 years, so you will be required to be placed at whatever school or whatever area for that particular 4 years. Who is eligible to apply? Learners, grade 12, graduate who had to complete a teaching qualification, enroll for PGCE. PGCE, Postgraduate Certificate in Education. It's offered, UNISA have it, TUT have it, and others, they do have it. Normally, it's when you have already a qualification, maybe you have a degree, especially young people nowadays, they enroll for it. You find that maybe you're sitting at home, you have your degree in accounting, and you're not getting employed, and they will just it's a 1-year qualification, this PGCE. You enroll for it, you complete it, then you can actually go and teach. But you need to register with, what's this? Slip my mind, it will come back. People who want to make a career change and become teachers, I think I mentioned this, and then unemployed people who want to become teachers. Priority areas, foundation phase, grade R to 3. Foundation phase with preference for African language, intermediate and senior phase, grade 4 to 9. Preference will be given to teachers in major into teachers or teaching major in two of the following languages: maths, natural sciences and technology. FET phase, grade 10 to 12. Preference will be given for teaching major in two of the following: accounting, agricultural science, agricultural technology, civil technology, computer application technology, economics, etc. And then qualification funded, Bachelor of Education B.Ed and PGCE. So for more information, you can just go to Funza Lushaka. They will give you more information about that. No, I don't need this. Can just skip this, colleagues. Okay, someone asked about the CDS. I think with the questions, we'll ask questions later. Let me just wrap it up with this. We do have our resources. A colleague asked me about available resources. We do have, I mentioned this, NCAP. I explained the NCAP. We have Information Hub. It's an online thing. You can go into it. It's for everyone, a career practitioner. If you're a career practitioner, you can go into it. It's actually for everyone, especially more for a career practitioner. You can go into our website, careerhelp.org.za. We do have life orientation resource pack for educators. We can actually send it to you. If you want it, you can just make a request. We'll send it to you. We have what you call PSP. Also, if you want it, we can actually send it to you. We have Career Development Practitioner Guide. We can make a request, we'll give it to you. And then we have Job Preparation Skills Guide. And then we have Apply Now. Apply Now, it's mostly for grade 12 learners. That's why we even have campaigns. We go to schools to encourage them to apply on time. So we do have a place for it. It's a campaign on its own. We have booklets for it. If you want it, we can actually send it to you as well. And then this is our contact details, colleagues. We have SMS or please call me service. Our number is 0722045056. Or if you have airtime, you can just call us on the 086 9990123. Monday to Friday between 8 and 4:30. And then with this number, colleagues, you can just call it, and then it's a shared number, so it's very important that when you call, you dial the right code, because if you call and then, because we have different units, please dial one, it will take you to our units, and then you can pick it up. When you pick up your phone, if you feel like, your airtime is not enough, because sometimes what happens is, we'll call you and then we don't find you, and then you call us back because we missed our call. You can just ask us to call you back because you don't have enough airtime, and then we'll call you back. And with the SMS, colleagues, as I said, our turnaround time is 48 hours. And then we have our email, where if you need information, you can just send us an email, careerhelp@dhet.gov.za. Website, careerhelp.org.za. Facebook, facebook.com/careerhelp. Twitter, with them. Mobisite, working service, we are in Pretoria, we are based in Pretoria. We have a working service there. You can come in if you want to talk to us face to face. You are more than welcome to do that. And then if you want us, we are in room 300, 123 Francis Bar, Pretoria, right in the CBD, just opposite the court. So, yes, this is it, colleagues. I'm not sure if you have questions. We have questions. It's time to ask those questions, clarity-seeking questions, comment, whatever that you want to comment on, or if you need clarity on something. I'm here, I don't know for how many minutes, 5, 10 minutes? 2 minutes, apparently 2 minutes. So if you have a question, please shoot your shot, or forever hold your peace. Thank you, colleagues.
Thanks, Sekgopoto. I'm just going to flag two questions from Sinotando Digo on our live stream. Sinotando says, I'm a media expert in Gqeberha, and I'm watching this and find that information here is important for us to be watching this right now. Sinotando is more interested in skills development and in having multiple ideas on programs that she or he themselves have undergone. Now, the question is, I suppose, more related to receiving accreditation as a trainer in the field and expertise by the SETA. So I think maybe just briefly, one of the panelists had covered this from the MICT SETA perspective. I think the best way would just be to direct Sinotando to engage with the MICT SETA, and we will put you in touch with our education, training and quality assurance department, who would then be able to guide them with the specific steps in terms of what the requirements and what the criteria are. Sinotando, you can also just visit the MICT SETA website. We do have information on the criteria as well in becoming a training provider. That's www.mict.org.za. But I think other questions rather, or comments, I think that were fielded on the platforms were just more on the resources and the tools, I think based on the presentation. So what we've actually done is we are in the process of uploading the content on the event site itself, which is the MICT SETA Capacity Building workshop.org.za. You can actually access it directly either on our social platforms as well as our website, and then you'll be able to then download the resources that the facilitator has taken us through.
Thank you, Xabiso. Anyone? Nothing. Okay, colleagues. In the absence of questions, I would like to thank you so much for being part of this workshop. I would like to thank you, Xabiso, and your team for organizing this. I'm looking forward to this partnership and more workshops of this nature. So we are really available, colleagues. If you need us, if maybe you are somewhere where you feel like you don't have access to information or you need us, please feel free to send us an email or call us. We are available nationally. We can come to wherever you are. Send us an email request or call, and you'll be there. Because the idea here is, because we are a national program, our challenge is we cannot be everywhere in South Africa at all times. So we always welcome invites to come and capacitate you, so that with the information that you have, at least if you go and train someone in Gqeberha, PE, or a group of people, we know that we have people who are capable to take our information, can go out there, and then they become more like our foot soldiers. So you always welcome invite for trainings and information sessions. So our numbers are there, use them. We are at your disposal. Thank you so much.
How deep is you.